Good morning, everybody, and welcome, and thank you for joining this webinar. This is a webinar of the Latvian Fund for Nature, together with Eurosite. It is the second in a three-part series of webinars. The first webinar was held early last year, 2025, and is available to watch on the Eurosite YouTube channel. I will moderate this morning session, and myself, I am the chair of the Eurosite Agriculture, Biodiversity and Climate Working Group, which is an informal gathering open to all who are interested in issues relating to agriculture, conservation, and matching the two. And if you're interested in it, we have our own webpage with lots of recordings you can watch. And just send an email to Sophia or just write down your name in the chat function, and we'll get in touch with you. The webinar is structured as follows, as you can see from the slide that just went up. So first we have a set of interesting speakers, and after the speakers we will have a discussion session. And if you want to make a remark or ask a question, please put it into the Q&A function. You'll find the button at the bottom of your screen. Just go in there and type out your question or remark, and we'll use it in the discussion session. So as an introduction to the four speakers we have this morning, it's about the economic aspects of extensive grazing. As there's a recent study which is almost finalized, which has looked at the Annex 1 habitats, and no less than 61 Annex 1 habitats need some form of grazing to achieve and keep good conservation status. I mean, these are all the grasslands, heathlands, fens, and so forth. Altogether, they cover about 35 million hectares in the European Union, which is about the size of Germany. And all these habitats will need grazing. Without the grazing, they will not achieve the favorable conservation status. And without that, the European Union will not achieve the biodiversity Natura 2000 targets it has set itself. But grazing implies livestock, adequate numbers of livestock to do the grazing properly. And in turn, livestock implies farmers. No farmers, no livestock, no grazing, no conservation status for 61 Annex 1 habitats, including the marshes at the heart of this particular webinar. So farmers are behind it all, at the bottom of it all. But farmers must make a living. And the sector as a whole, the whole farming sector, is not exactly the most remunerative sector in terms of socioeconomic factors and figures. It's especially if you consider the number of hours worked as against the income the farmers make. And the farmers who are working and grazing their livestock on semi-natural habitats, semi-natural grasslands, have extra difficulties to face. They have to, apart from the natural conditions they're working under, they have to compete against their intensive colleagues who pack lots of livestock on small areas and bring the feed to them. These intensive colleagues can operate at scale, can produce vast outputs, and competing against them in the marketplace is not easy. So, yet the product of these farmers whose livestock grazes semi-natural habitats has many qualities. It supports nature, of course. Permanent grasslands are a carbon sink. It's good for animals. The wealth of animals grazing outdoors is vastly superior to that of animals who are kept indoors. And the intrinsic quality of what they produce, the meat and the milk, in terms of flavor, healthiness, and so forth, is something else to bear in mind. So any initiative to boost these farmers in the marketplace so that they get a just reward for the efforts they put in and for the role in helping achieve the good conservation status of the 61 Annex 1 habitats, and therefore the biodiversity targets the European Union, all of us, have set ourselves, is to be applauded. And that's what our four speakers each in turn are going to talk about. So without further hesitation, I give the floor to the first of them, Laura, who's going to take us to Romania. Laura, off you go.
Hello, just a second so I can share my presentation. There we are. Oh, just a second. There. Uh, is it full screen or I hope it's full screen? Yeah. Sorry about that. Good morning. Thank you, Anton, for this lovely introduction, and thank you for having me as a speaker. I usually don't like to give presentation, but this topic is very dear to me, and it's linked very much with what ADEPT is doing. So my name is Laura Kirila Pașca. I've been working for Fundația Adept Transilvania for over 13 years now as a communication officer and project manager. Adept has been working for more than 20 years in the region of southern Transylvania, focusing on protecting biodiversity, but working closely with small-scale farmers because we've understood very soon after we started our operations that we cannot protect nature unless we work with the people that use it. So this is what we've been trying to do for the past 20 years. To answer this question, how do we protect biodiversity while making rural communities continue farming and support them? And today I want to share with you um, how markets can contribute to supporting the hay meadows and keeping them alive, not just as a theory, but through a practical approach. So we work in, as I said, in Târnava Mare in southern Transylvania, one of the largest remaining high nature value farming landscapes in lowland Europe. We work in an area covering more than 30 villages and with 33,000 hectares of species-rich grasslands, including some of the most threatened hay meadows in the European Union. And as I said, this landscape exists because of the small farmers, and it is shaped and maintained by them. Uh, but before we speak about threats and it's very important for us to recognize something: the value of small-scale farming. Small and family farms still produce a significant share of the world's food, whether we like to admit that or not. And they are often more resilient to climate change because they can adapt to crops and practices, and they're more flexible. They provide long-term stewardship of soil and biodiversity. They conserve traditional crop varieties and animal breeds, which contribute to future of food safety. They generate local employment and keep prosperity within their community. And in 21 out of 28 EU member states, smaller farms actually produce more per hectare than larger farms. So small farms are not marginal, they are central. Sorry. At the same time, they do face some constraints. Economically speaking, the small size farms often means limited access to credits, inputs, and power to negotiate. So cooperation becomes essential. Territorial infrastructure and logistics can limit the market access, but smart solutions like digital tools or coordinated delivery systems can contribute to the reduction of these barriers. From a social perspective, aging and succession, it's a threat to continuity. It's a threat, sorry, to continuity, and most owners of holdings of under 5 hectares are over 65. So this is a very stressful issue. If we want these landscapes to survive, young farmers must see a future here. Despite their value of these hay meadows and high nature value areas, we are seeing measurable habitat loss. Field surveys conducted in the recent years and satellite data confirm that this landscape is in a critical state, whether the national authorities recognize it or not. And within the next decade, much of its natural value risks of being irreversibly lost. The drivers are structural. There is poor financial rewards for nature-friendly farming. The agro-environment schemes unintentionally or intentionally accelerate degradation. There is a steady loss of young people that choose to move to larger cities or other countries. And this is not an emotional language, but it's backed by evidence. Markets are part of the problem, but they can also contribute to the solution in the same time. Today, when intensification is rewarded and also volume is rewarded, extensive hay meadows management can be economically invisible. Agri-environment schemes often compensate losses but do not build long-term market values. There is limited recognition of biodiversity as an economic asset, and rigid regulatory interpretation can discourage small-scale processing and cooperation. So value is not reaching the land managers. If markets contribute to this pressure, they must also contribute to the solution. Hay meadows will only survive if biodiversity is translated into predictable income. Conservation cannot rely on compensation. Market must reward stewardship, and this requires system, not heroes. I skipped, sorry about that. So I will move to the practical examples where we actually showed that things can be improved. And the first example is our Angofa demonstrative farm, where cattle do not graze hay meadows year-round, but the farming system depends on hay meadows. These meadows provide winter feed and are the backbone of our extensive grazing system. The beef comes from a high nature value grassland system where land management maintains biodiversity. The value lies not only in the product, but in how the land is managed. Short supply chains help ensure that added value remains locally. This is a system. Hay meadows support more than livestock, of course. They are part of a wider farming systems that include orchards and gardens. Processing locally raw materials creates additional income streams. Shared facility reduces risks. Value-added products allow families to retain more of the final price. These products help build the identity of the landscape, and they make biodiversity tangible for consumers. Value from H&V landscape is not only agricultural. Ceramics and other crafts link cultural identity to place and create a sense of belonging and local pride. They diversify income and strengthen rural economies, and they make landscapes visible beyond food production. Branding was never about the logos for us. It's about making the landscape visible in the market. Landscape-based labels communicate origin and management practices. They create a collective identity and help reduce pressure on individual producers. Branding is a tool and not a goal. But none of this happens automatically. It requires training and capacity building. It requires shared infrastructure. It requires market access through fairs and networks such as Slow Food, support for cooperative, and advocacy for workable regulations. Our role is not to push rapid commercialization, but to reduce risk and create conditions. What makes our efforts replicable is the fact that they focus on systems and they link land management with value creation. They combine public support with market income and rely heavily on cooperation and shared infrastructure. And what is replicable is not necessarily the product that I've shown you, but the approach. And I will give you a second to read this and maybe try to spot which landscape is from Transylvania and which one is from a movie scene. So for us, ordinary people, farmers and communities are often the ones who quietly protect the essential values. And that is what is keeping the hay meadows alive. And that's what our work is all about. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
That was good, very interesting, a good start. So now we go to the next speaker, Alejandro from Spain. Alejandro, take it away.
Yeah, okay. What is here? Share? Master table. Share. I'm sharing. Is it full?
Yeah.
Is it full screen now?
Just get rid of the toolbar if you can. Yeah, now it's good.
Yeah, sure. What can I do with this? I don't know. Can I just what?
Hmm?
Yeah, that's it.
It's good.
Okay. So, well, thank you for inviting me. I am Alejandro. I'm working from Fundación Global Nature in Spain. We have been working in natural restoration and for 30 years now. And the same as they are doing, we realize that we have to work with the people in nature, that with the people that they are actually using it. So yeah, more or less, we usually try to combine this restoration with grazing and agriculture. But for now, for this presentation, I'm focusing in grazing because agriculture has it's a very powerful statement in Spain. Usually, we have to keep in mind that the water systems, all the marshes are there because they are half of them almost they are artificial. So, for instance, do we have in Valencia we have a very powerful. I mean, they are kind of they have their own statement. They have their own state, for so to say. So it's difficult to start with them, but we are starting with them. So we focus in grazing, and yeah, I will skip the part and when we talk about the how grazing is good. I mean, I'm assuming that uh, grazing can be a powerful tool for nature management. And yeah, so I will focus. Sadly, we don't have now any project that is producing or selling any product that is labeled as Marsh or as a product of Marsh. We are on that way. We are on the way. We are trying to do that. But yeah, that's how it rolls right now. So I will share the barriers and difficulties that we are facing and how we are doing it. So racing and masters, yeah, it has difficulties and it has the different levels of of barriers. So the first one, well, this is yeah, that doesn't matter. Sorry. So first we face the problem with the legal context. Most of it is because there is a lack of understanding what's happening in grazing, on how grazing can be a powerful tool for natural management. No, it still has this. Well, there is very different ideas about it, but mainly natural parks, or the vision to keep natural parks from administration and ecological sector, is the solution of not touching. Like, humans are not allowed in natural parks. That's like more or less the mindset that is changing now, but more or less that's the mindset we find around, no? So every time the marshes are usually natural parks, or at least some level of protection. So they have these rules and normative, no? So what we have there, I also always have to keep on mind that I have to speak with someone in the administration, someone else. Like, it's already very hard and slow and tedious to start a new project in extensive grazing. It's in normal places is already hard. I don't know if some of the people here are in that area, but yeah, it's kind of difficult. So it's an added difficult. So you have to speak with all the systems that you usually have to, but then you have to add a new level of operativity and permits and laws and everything. So what's happening? The thing is, usually the administration is not. They are overwhelmed as well. They don't have enough people to work with it. So when you send a request to get inside some of these areas, it can take even a year for them to tell you if you can or not. Yeah, if you take a year for answer, then I cannot enter. Right, I don't want to enter there. So because we are talking about marshes, like real marshes, in the sense that there is always a lake or a place where is water for half of the year. So when we grazing there is because we have a little window for entering there with the livestock. So if the administration is not quick enough, the time has passed. For instance, we have problem because usually meadows are also marshes. There are birds and other animals that they have to reproduce in there, so you cannot go there when there are the reproduction, but you ask them to get inside there before, but they take too long to answer, so you cannot get there. Even if they tell you yes, they told you too late. So yeah, that's a problem. Also, there is um, there is not quick. So inefficient communication, it means that things that are happening there, you cannot talk with anybody in there. So I can tell you an example. We have in Marsh, we have a project with cows, and so there is one endangered species that we create the nest in there. So we realize that by the open areas that the cows are doing, there are more and more birds coming there for reproducing in there. But we don't have an interlocutor that we can talk with him or her and tell him, yeah, see, we already improved it. The only thing that he says he sees is when he came there and he says birds and cows and he freaks out. Like, no, this is not possible. You have to move the cows because they are gonna step in the nest and everything. But if they were there every day like us or like the shepherd, they will realize that is they are there because of the cows. So yeah, so we have this problem that we are facing it. Also, they are not realistic enough in the meaning that yeah, they really have stringent requirements. You have to be there by March, but yeah, sometimes March is sunny, sometimes March is cloudy, it's rainy, so sometimes March is not still spring, so there is no food in there, so you have to be later or oh yeah, so it's not connected to reality, no? Also, the economic needs, they don't adapt the rules, so the farmers can use it like they have an economy activity. So if the only asset to make a decision is the conservation in a like after a glass or something, then it's not possible to get back there. It's not. I'm not saying that we have to neglect or forget about conservation. We are a conservation association or a foundation, so it's our peak, it's our priority, main priority. But we don't have to. We cannot forget that the people needs the economic activity to go on. So yeah, they don't give enough hectares because yeah, or even though they don't even understand the new management like regenerative grazing, in which you can even have more animals that in theory what will be because you are moving them and you are improving, so they don't adapt to the new tendencies and philosophies of grazing. And yeah, limited time, no? Also, there is then a problem with there is a lack of a global framework in which you can rely on. So decision makers are just technicians, are just plain workers. The whole decision of I think it's really hard because the whole decision of a natural park it relies on the decision of one person that is just a technician. I mean, all the respects, but it's not there for making that kind of choices. So they usually go more cage more they tend to say no because they don't want to risk anything, no, they don't have anything to rely on, they don't have any instrument or something global that kind of associates a criteria on which they can tell if they want to or not, so they usually say no because yeah, they don't want to risk their position or anything. I mean, I totally understand it. So yeah, that's the problem. So what we're doing now, as we are kind of big foundation in Spain, we after 30 years of communication with administration, 30 years of we want to go here and there and there, and also we work with shepherds, so shepherds can do their jobs, and we can do this political pressure and job. So we are now working in a committee we with in Valencian region, which is the most um, marshes in Spain, I would say, at least in the coast. So we create a committee along with them. We along with the technicians of the administration. There are from different areas, from grazing, natural parks, forestry, well, kind of a little bit everything from there. So we are now trying to create this framework that will set a criteria for people that they have for the decision makers and also for the people that want to start a project in the Mars that knows what they can do or they can't do, no? Because now it's really confusing. There is laws that we have laws that they contradict each other. So when you want to start something, it's really a mess, and also for the people that making this decision. So we are very proud of this. We hope we just did our first meeting, and we really hope that this will get to something new in which, yeah, we all can profit. So, but also besides this legal, we have the operational issues, no, the context issues. Like, for instance, there is a lack of slaughterhouses. I don't know, people here, are they? If someone is going to start a new project now in grazing, it's very common that they think, or the idea is, okay, I will not have a really big number of animals. I will have a little bit because I want to sell quality, and I want to sell it myself. I don't want to sell it, no, like short chains, commercial chains that I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to go to the supermarket or whatever because they don't value my things. Okay, that's what usually newcomers are thinking, but they face the first problem. There is not enough slaughterhouses. So you cannot do this because you cannot drive 200 kilometers to kill or slaughter 2 cows. It's not, you cannot pay, or you will have to sell, I don't know, 200 euros the kilo for you be able to do this transport. So we lost the opportunity to do added value markets, or you have your own. But yeah, this is also this is also a legal issue. I mean, of course, problems are always there. There are not one thing or two or other thing. No, this is also a legal issue because we have a problem now. There is, in Europe, there is this rule of flexibilization of operational hygienic measures for small producers. But same that happened before, decision makers don't want to take any risks, so they are not really applying this European rule as much as they can. You can they could be more flexible, and we could have this. But yeah, so we still have this issue that we have to let, and we are facing with it. Also in marshes, even though in the past were full of shepherds and agriculture, now it's not like that anymore. So yeah, if you want to have there a graze or livestock in there, you will have to build by yourself or pay for a big infrastructure. No, it's also a legal issue because in some places you need some things, and so in other places you don't need that much. But then they tell you, okay, you need a big marsh, but I'm gonna be here only for 2 months because then I will have to go. So in summer, so a little bit of shadow is enough in Spain, or in spring, the cows are very nice at 5 degrees. They don't need anything else. But yeah, they still treat you as a permanent, intensive livestock settlement, no? So they ask you for all these things, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna be there 3 months. I cannot spend 600 euro or 60,000 euros for whatever you are asking me, because no, it's not. I'm not gonna be here the whole year. And also we have this is in the Valencia region specifically. We have really, really, really small um, um, like properties. Ownership of the land is really small. It's like less than a hectare. Usually people, like 80% of people have. So go inside there, you need every one of the ownerships that tell you that they want to be there or they allow you to be there. So in order to keep, I don't know, 20 hectares for having, I don't know, some cows in there, you will need the permission of easily 50 owners. Most of them are not even there or are not even aware that they have this land. No, it's like, okay, they are grandchildren of grandchildren of whatever, and it's like people are living outside. They don't know that they even have this land, so we have really difficult to go inside there because we need the permits of these people. So, and also there is a problem that with the same shepherds, they don't want to be there. They Some of them want, but it's not. They usually they have their own system. Usually a shepherd has their own system, their own lands, their own rotation, their own. So they don't really want to keep a new one if it only if it's really really nice they will want to, but otherwise it not compensate the headache of being there. You have to change everything, so that's something that we have to change also. We faced that we had three shepherds that wanted to be there. They start a project with us. We keep with them for 4 years. We see really an improvement in these marshes. We deal with lots of problems with administration, with the natural park office and everything. We as foundation, we deal with all of that. We do a lot of work for that. But at the end, for the shepherds was too much. They just it's not compensated enough to have. Usually, also in the marshes that we are talking about, it's not like we have a really nice food for the cows in there. It's like Phragmites australis, basically what they are eating there. It used to be like real meadows, but now since 40 years without grazing, it's all just a plain of Phragmites australis. So yeah, we need now to restart and to reconquer the land. I mean, we like. I don't want to tell that we don't like Phragmites australis. We liked it. We are working with some birds that live in there, but we like this mosaic. No? We like this disturbance that is not just an homogenic uh, grassland of Phragmites. And of course, marshes are usually very interesting for tourism. There are flat areas, they have birds, they are in Valencia, they are next to the seaside, so they are lovely. They really want to be there. They want to build hotels in there. They want to build golf courses. They want to be also factories because in Valencia, for instance, Spain is very mountain in the sense of there are not really much flat areas in there, so they are really appreciate, so they build there the factories and everything. So yeah, that's what the problems. What do? We are now facing those problems by formation, basically. To create alternative ways of slaughter. How do we do this? We are now doing formation for us. Like we are now all the team are working in the laws. We are doing this law research because so when the technician tell you no, you cannot do that, I can tell him yes, I can do it because this is the law. So there are some examples of that in Spain, not from our foundation, but from other ones that they have to. So the first technician, they say no, you cannot do this, and then there's but you can, yeah, yes, we can do it. The law says that, blah, 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 blah. Okay, but he says no, so you have to go one step ahead or above and going to their boss, which also say no because he doesn't want to risk anything. So you have to get, and at the end you end up in Europe, and then Europe tell to Spain, okay, or you do this, or I mean, this is a European law. You have to take up for it, do it properly, or you will have to pay. No, so now we are doing this. Every time that we want to start a new flexible slaughter or manufacturing small, we have to do this race, like really trying to do this. And how to, yeah, of course, financial or things like that. Also, we're doing this connection between how the SEPAs can do the job and how we can get an extra money for them by ecosystem service payment, basically. I mean, like most of the private or public foundations. Because yeah, they are doing a service. If they cannot get enough money for the meat, at least we pay them for the service. I mean, if the SEPAR is not there, they will have to be workers with chainsaws and everything. So yeah, you will have to pay anyway. So let's pay him and let's save some fuel and gasoline and everything. Also, for improving the pasture quality, so usually the animals are doing that for us. I mean, if you do a proper management, which is also we do a technical assistance and we have formation of that, and yeah, regenerative and everything. So the quality it's improved, but for the 2-3 years or even 4, the first 3 years are really hard for them, for the animals, because yeah. So in that moment we have to support them with more food, with a little bit of food. And of course, patience. We have to be really patient with everything, with everyone, with all of that. Everyone has, I mean, there are lots of interest in going there, and everyone has their own vision, and everyone is right. And that's what I learned. Everyone is right. The SEPAR wants some things, administration wants another things, we want another things. Everyone has its own life, its own requirements. They are doing its own job besides what we are talking about. So yeah, we really want to be patient and listen to each other. And so in summary, the natural management vision is evolving. It's still for what I would like to. We are still behind. We still think that nature should be after a glass, no? Like vision of ecologism still predominant is like, okay, nature is something that we cannot touch. It's something in there. Now in Spain, we are facing really bad fires. Well, now, like in the last 15 years, probably. So it's really showing us that the management of not touching anything except for a few things, technician work is very expensive and is not ineffective. We need to again use the nature or doing something about it or pay a lot of money because we have to manage all the things that usually was doing by the people by itself. They wanted to do firewood, they wanted to do livestock, they wanted to do agriculture, and then nature was something different. Maybe we don't want to go that extreme like in the 50s or 40s where there was not a single tree in the mountains, but maybe we have to find a middle term. So what that does means that times are changing now. We have that, so it's a good moment to start. It's a good moment to do political incidents. It's a good moment to start pushing that. That's why we are finding our spot to continue this spreading of political and conservation views. And 3 levels of action: supporting the shepherds, very important, political incidents, and field work. Not forget the field work, we have to be there. I cannot only support in my office, I have to be there, work with it, facing his own problems with the shepherds, facing the problems with the administration, be there, like really, like for real. Really in the ground, have my boots with a little bit of dirt. I would like to have more. Actually, I will love to have more, but yeah, as much as I can, I deal with it. So just for finishing, we have now 2 projects that we are working in marshes and meadows. One is the project Life at One, which is about this little bird, the aquatic warbirds, Acrocephalus paludicola. Well, it's a combination with lots of countries in Europe and Senegal. And also this one is this is for grazing, and some of the grazing we do in the marshes. Yeah, it's a project about how we can improve our livestock system and create a leader change commercial supply for it's very well caring and Inditex. They want to explore how to get a better quality leather, or at least a sustainable leather, no? Yeah, and so that's it. You can find my contact, and yeah, I will answer the question after that. Thank you for your attention, and yeah, see you soon.
Yes, muchas gracias, Alejandro.
De nada, you're welcome.
Okay, and I must say, you really are at the front line. I mean, the situation, your context you're working in could hardly be worse. So besides the patience that you're needing, I would say you already have plenty of courage to work under such conditions. And it's also ironic to hear that part of your work involves educating fellow conservationists in the nature park administrations about the latest in grazing management. So that's pretty ironic. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker, who is also from Spain, Ander. Yeah, it's up to you.
Hi, everyone. Do you hear me well? Okay. So thank you for inviting us. We will explain a little bit different case. Let me share the presentation. Do you see? 1 second. Do you see it well? Okay. So in our case, of course, we have wetlands and meadows, but we don't have the grazing part. We had it just sometimes we had it, but just for management of the agricultural estate. But we will talk about Riedbell, which is this agricultural estate in Ebro Delta in southern Catalonia, where we have this beautiful agricultural estate that is made of rice paddies, but also some nice restoration and wetland conservation. And also there is this brand also named Replicable that is producing organic rice and also selling it at many places around Spain. So just for the introduction, so this is a project of SEO Life, SEO, which is the Sociedad Española. Do you hear me?
Excuse me, just and I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you drop your screen a little?
Okay.
Every time the top part is sort of cut off.
Okay. Let me see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Then you get rid of the toolbar.
Fine.
Yeah, just get rid of the toolbar. She'll be fine. I should think.
Now it works.
Yes. Now the whole screen is visible. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So this is a project of SEO Life. SEO Life is the Sociedad Española de Ornitología, which is the Spanish Ornithological Society. It was created back in 1954, and it's the first conservation NGO of Spain, and it is the partner of BirdLife International that has presence in many countries. It is a scientific society, but it does a big share of conservation projects for birds and their habitats and many also political lobbying, nature defense, many different things. One of the most important wetlands in Spain is Ebro Delta, which is the delta of the Ebro River, one of the main in Spain. Here you can see it's a very dynamic place. It has had a very different history. So it has been changing a lot during the last centuries. And Riedbeil is the name of the agricultural estate that we will talk about today, and it's located in the southern part of Ebro Delta. So Riedbeil, before acquiring Riedbeil, between 1997 and 2001, SEO Life led a life project that wanted to evaluate the possibility of producing organic rice in Ebro Delta, because it's one of the important producing regions of rice in Spain. And the conclusion of the life project was encouraging. So organic rice could be produced in Ebro Delta. The tests, the results were acknowledging this. So once the project was finished, the next goal was the creation of an organic rice company, and also to produce rice, but also to sell it. Okay. So SEO Life has a lot of membership around Spain. So there was a call made asking for about 600,000 of seed money that were fully accomplished, because around 200 people gathered even some more money. There were also other local organizations helping to build this project. And nowadays, despite Riedbeil is a company itself, the main shareholder remains SEO Life. So this was the assembling that was defined. So Riedbeil company started in 2001, and the first step was to buy this 54-hectare agricultural estate in Ebro Delta. Nowadays, so back in the day, the 45-hectare were all rice paddies. It's important to say that Ebro Delta is at least in Catalonia, is the main bird watching, main place for bird migration. There's a lot of variety of avifauna, and it coexists a lot with rice production. And there are some pros and some cons to this relation. So it was a very good move for SEO, because it implied to buy an agricultural estate in one of the most important conservation places of Spain, to start changing the mindset. It was one of the pioneering organic rice productions in Catalonia and in Spain. And so the goal was to acquire this agricultural estate, to turn the rice production into organic rice production, but also to try to make some changes that you will see now, because one part of the agricultural estate was transformed into wetlands. Here you can see in 2001, in red line, this is the farm, and this is the 54 hectare, and then this is nowadays. Okay, so one important part became a wetland, and it has become one important place for conservation of birds and other animals, but also it has become, as many say, one of the best bird watching places in Ebro Delta. So the story of Replicable is a very multi-layered story with many things going on at the same time that I will explain you in the next slides. But this was important in order to find this equilibrium between production, not only organic rice farming, but also finding this equilibrium between production and biodiversity conservation, and also dissemination, etc., etc. So there's plenty of very nice and some endangered birds around the area. And as I was telling you, the other activities, so one of the most important things, the key thing, is that this little building that you see here, this is the technical office. It is the technical office of SEO BirdLife. Now there are 3 people working full-time here. There's around 5-10 European Solidarity Corps volunteers coming every year. There are 2 bird observatories that are very visited. You have to consider that this place is visited by 15,000, 20,000 people every year for bird watching purposes, for educational purposes. There's a lot of research also going on. It is a lab for many tests of organic agriculture, of impacts of rice farming. You have to consider, for example, and I go back to this slide, that rice farming, it is considered to be a wetland by Ramsar, for example, and when it is filled with water, it is a wetland, so it is very good for biodiversity in general. And it's very important that the organic rice is key, because the fertilization and pesticides are not good at all for a wetland and for biodiversity. So but the thing, there is an important thing related to climate change, because rice farming is one of the main methane emissions, man-made methane emissions, and it's related to water, to the water usage during rice farming. So the thing is that when there is water, it is very good for biodiversity, but it is a powerful methane emission. But when you use other techniques that involve less water usage and there is less methane emissions, then it can be a struggle for biodiversity. So, for example, this hybrid approach, in which there is a permanent wetland within the agricultural estate, can help balance this. So it is more possible and less damaging to use less water for rice farming and not be a problem for biodiversity, because you still have a big wetland that can balance this problem. Okay, so all these topics are currently investigated in Replicable and other places. But for you to understand that this is an interesting laboratory also. So just to mention the 3 people working in the technical office of CyberLife in Replicable. They also make political lobbying, nature defense, environmental education, and they also conduct a lot of restoration projects around Ebro Delta. So it is a very rich and complex project all around. Just to give you a little bit of context, organic rice in Spain, it's only 1% of the production. There are about 7-8 organic farmers in Catalonia, most of them in Ebro Delta, 2 or 3, 1 or 2, I think, in the northern region of Catalonia, named Pals, and there are only about 50 in Spain. It has to be considered that for many of them, for many of these farmers, organic rice is not their main activity. So rice, despite it can be done organically, it is a tricky crop to make through organic farming, especially for how you say that? Sorry, especially for the management of competing plants. It doesn't come my the name now. So, well, here you can see that despite Catalonia, which is where Replicable is among the main producers of rice and one of the historical regions in rice production, there's small surface of organic rice. Okay. The Replicable production, the yield obtained at Replicable is quite irregular. It is more or less in the average production for organic rice, which is about half of the production of conventional rice. And in Ebro Delta, there is one very tricky thing related to salinity. Okay, there are 2 parts in Replicable. One is above sea level, and it has decent yield, but then there is another one below sea level, and it has very high salinity, and then the yield is quite lower. But the rice that is sold is not only produced at Replicable. It is shared with other farmers in Catalonia and sometimes some other organic farmers in Spain. So regarding production, many tests and research has been conducted. Crop rotation has been tested with faba beans, barley, but the results are poor due to high salinity. There have been tests of dry fallow and fluted fallow. There has been good results, but it is a demanding technique in order to obtain good results. Alternative sowing, dry mechanical, and also there have been made many different tests regarding varieties and still looking for the ones that adapt best to the fields, especially regarding salinity. To deal with salinity, we have to be very careful with the water level, and we have to make sure that water flows so we can dilute the level of salinity. And as I was telling you, the yield can be a bit irregular, especially in the most saline part. Also, you have to take into account that there are quite a lot of pests in Ebro Delta regarding rice. There are some mollusks. There is also the interaction with birds that sometimes can be difficult. So, so luckily we share the production with other collaborators, with other farmers. So regarding brands and sales, it is important to note that nowadays SEO BirdLife has almost 30,000 members that are among the consumers of the brand, but are also among the investors. So this is very important for us, and there are several ways of selling the product. It is sold online through the website of SEO, but also through the website of Replicable. There has been work with consumer cooperatives, little organic stores, fairs, and now in the last years there has been the goal is to enter department stores, which is a difficult but necessary step to take. So now there is Replicable is the historical brand that you can see on the left-hand side, and then recently SEO Food has been created in order to reach department stores. So department stores was a reality that could not be overseen. It is complicated for the small producers to reach these department stores because they are very strict regarding the volumes, the timings, and especially prices. Of course, organic rice, the organic rice made in Replicable, it has a very high value, and the price is higher than the conventional rice that people are used to. But it was thought it was a necessity to reach department stores, and also it was a good opportunity to make dissemination out of our comfort zone, let's say. So we usually have been working with people that are sensitive to nature, but in department stores, this is a much broader public. So we also see it as an opportunity to reach, to amplify our conservation goals. Also, it is important to note that the organic certification, the Cerebral Life, it is a brand in itself, and also the awards received that are around 20 since it started in 2001 help to share this message of quality. So the key messages would be health and quality. This is beyond organic because it's not only organic production, but there is conservation of endangered species, creation and maintenance of wetlands. The quality is sustained by all the awards won, the many European research projects that are being conducted a long time. The environmental conservation, so there is the oldest environmental NGO in Spain behind it. And also there is this part of social responsibility involving rural development with collaboration, tight collaboration with organic farmers around Ebro Delta and other parts of Spain, and community building with all the project of dissemination, technological transfer, volunteering, tourism, etc., etc. So here you can see a little bit. This is the Replicable products. Also, sorry, I forgot to mention it. It is important. So the rice, there is the rice is the one produced in the agricultural estate, but it is important to diversify the products. So some of the so it was extended to the production of pasta and some beans in other regions of Spain that are also important for the conservation of birds. So with time, it has gone beyond the rice production. There is also these other products. And this is the other brand, the CEO Food, which is for the department stores, okay, which is the same products but under a different brand and packaging. And very lately, we are also starting to produce salt, because in the Ebro Delta there is salt production, and it is also opportunity to make this procedure more eco-friendly and preserve other areas of the Ebro Delta. So, sorry, we're a bit after time. The conclusions would be that organic rice farming is possible and very beneficial from the environment, but it can be technically difficult. It is important to keep making research and making tests. It has been key to integrate Replicable within the net of Cerebral Life and other conservation networks, organic and local farming networks, because otherwise it would not work at all. It has been also very important to diversify, to create new products, not only rice, but also pasta, beans, salt, and also the many other activities that are being conducted in the agricultural estate, from bird watching, volunteering. There is also a little shop within the agricultural estate. So when people come asking for the observatory, for the bird watching place, they see the rice and maybe they buy it. So there's a lot of interactions. We believe that we are helping to transform the consumers and the producers' minds in the local level, but we're going further right now. And it is commercially, it is working, but it is becoming more difficult due to external things such as the inflation or global trends. So we are constantly looking for new strategies and new ways of adapting ourselves. So thank you very much for your attention, and any question will be welcome.
Yes, thank you, Ander. I'm intrigued by the department store where I live. Actually, some department stores have shelves where local producers are allowed to sell their produce. And it seems to depend somewhat on how much autonomy the manager of the shop has. So to actually make the kind of a small change to the general layout of a supermarket, because very often that's decided by headquarters, and the local manager of the local store has nothing to say there. So, but it's an interesting idea, maybe something that could be tried out in other countries too. All right, so now we're expecting a last. We're expecting a last presentation from Zimantas in Lithuania, but I do not. Oh, there we are, Zimantas.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, hello.
Oh,
Welcome.
okay, right, great. You popped up. Excellent. So if you could just get rid of the toolbar and all that, so that your slide covers the whole screen, it'll be fine. Yeah, perfect.
Hey, do you see it full screen now?
Yes, yes.
So, okay, so I suppose I can carry on with another case presentation. This time I'll speak not as a nature conservationist as usual, but I will speak as a farmer myself. So I speak in the frame of the so-called Live Marsh Meadows project. If you would Google Live Marsh Meadows, you can get into the project websites and you can find some more farmers who are actually grazing in the marshlands, and some cases, more cases are presented there. But here I was also asked to talk to focus a bit more on marketing aspects. So I will introduce my farm, but also touch a little bit of some marketing aspects and see this approach or this model of farming. The farm is called 856 Orchids Farm. That's the name of the farm. And yes, this is the amount of orchid individuals was counted as a baseline monitoring at the beginning of the farming, where I gave up some counting more than 500, I think, individuals, but the colleague botanist from the same village where I live completed the tasks, and we have a number which just made the title kind of intriguing title of the farm itself. I actually am now more proud not of orchids but of birds there, and the farming is really a farm for biodiversity, and as all respected ornithologists, they have usually at their home their own bird garden list. So, and you can see in this picture in the background there is my house, and here is my garden. So in a sense, where I have more than, I think, 70 species counted all around. So I'm really proud of having birds there. It's a small scale farm, roughly 20 hectares, which is focused on the cattle grazing and biodiversity conservation. So the overall objective is really to support biodiversity in this wet area. It is a valley of a small river, which also full of springs, so it's rather really wet, and it is a pasture with a quite mosaic vegetation. There are even some patches of the forest where the cattle are also being there and managing really a specific habitat type, really looking really very interesting. To tell a little bit about the biodiversity highlights in my farm is it is really a diverse pasture habitat, which is basically wet. So there are patches of fen-mires, there are patches of alluvial meadows. There are some European Union protected habitats, some small patches of species-rich Nardus grassland, which is a priority habitat. And as well as Fennoscandian lowland species-rich grasslands or pastures, which takes the majority of the farm, I think. It is an important stopover site for migration of water birds and waders, really full of sounds in spring and some really interesting species in autumn, birds passing by. And the farm itself is located in the very south of Lithuania in Dzūkija National Park, and I probably can say proudly that that's the best area in the national park for the common snipes and lapwings. So this is really a paradise of the sky is full with the common snipes mating. So and it's really it looks fantastic. About the farmer or myself, I just have to say that it is not a full-time job. My full-time job is a nature conservationist. I work in the NGO called Baltic Environmental Forum. It is not my main source of family income. So it is all kind of, if you're thinking from the income perspective, this is kind of a side income. And the farm income basically comes from the from cap payments as well as from the meat products, where I have a circle of 36 families who receives meat from this farm. And if you think about the economy, I just made a very rough calculations just for you to imagine. So 20 hectares farm. I think I declare something like 17 hectares. From the declarations, I receive roughly 8,000 euros a year income from the payments. This is applying the agro-environmental schemes, but also receiving coupled payments for the cattle. Then I sell product or meat. I can generate up to 2,000 euros per cattle. So you can, and I basically, it is really a very small scale. So usually I annually do it like for 1 or 2 cows. So you can say that overall income can be roughly 10,000 euros, where I spend for the winter fodding. So I feed cows and I buy feed, buy hay from the other farms. I do not want the cows to disturb wetlands in wintertime because it will just smash it and trample it. So I think I have expenditures roughly around 2,000 euros. So overall balance, you can say, is profitable, but it is not counting my labor, my work. So if I would count really my work, then you may say that it might not look profitable, but I think it does, because in a sense it gives another important added value. As I mentioned, I'm a nature conservationist, and I mostly work on farming and biodiversity conservation issues. And for me, my farm, first of all, the biggest added value is my testing field or my playing ground, where I really gain experience. And when I work in my primary job with agriculture issues, I get a lot of inspiration from the farm. So I think, and this is, I guess, the biggest added value. And when I also come, to meet the farmers, I'm not anymore, an expert from the capital, from the asphalt road, having no experience whatsoever. I have a really hands-on experience, and I can really find a common language with the farmers when discussing, biodiversity conservation business. And I think my farm could be a good example, actually, of a biodiversity supporting summer house farming for the city people. And I think it's becoming a trendy that people from the cities coming to the villages, having their summer houses, spending weekends and so on. I think I could be an example for those that they can actually also farm, and it is really possible. I live between city and the village, and I think I'm a living proof that this lifestyle is possible. And I think that I could also be the case probably also for you guys. I assume this target group also involves nature conservationists, so you can also get inspired and and just grab some cows and while doing a nature conservation work, you can do some really practical farming, and this is really possible. So I can still manage, and my wife and my kids still see me. So so this is all possible. Talking a little bit about the products. It's 100% grass-fed beef on species-rich pastures. And I focus it's really on the premium quality meat. So really it is a really little amount, very little amount, only like 1 or 2 cows a year, depending on the situations. Can be free sometimes. I try to slaughter slightly older or slightly older cattle than standard business, conventional business, because maybe this is not so economically rational, but the meat becomes much richer in taste. It remains tender, it remains nice, but it is really much richer and much more flavor meat than, you know, slaughtering just 18 months cattle, which I believe is far too young, and cattle still need to enjoy some life longer. I do the dry aging of the meat, so roughly, it depends, roughly 21 days of dry aging. I tried wet aging, I later turned into dry aging. And I do the meat cuts. The way how I do it is after I bring it to the slaughterhouse and to the fridge for aging, I also hire a butcher. But it's not that, you know, I buy a full service. I also come in and I also help. But this is one thing, is makes cheaper for me, but it's also a quality check that I really want to be part of every process, part of every moment, really to take care and to look what kind of quality of meat, what are the best cuts, and so on and so on. So so I vacuum the meat, and then I also try to do it in a consumer-friendly portions. Like, for instance, if we talk about the mince meat, for instance, I roughly package it into 0.5 kilo packages, and or doing steaks in 1 kilogram, 1.5 kilogram, so which is very convenient also for the consumers to have a dish. And it is really important from a marketing perspective, you know, not to sell half a bull when the consumers would not, you know what to do with it. I mentioned that I have direct sales to 36 families. I like to keep the contact with them, so it is really good to know where it all ends. I really take care. And the marketing approach, you can call it, it's word of mouth approach. I usually have a group or a row of people who wants to get meats. I cannot serve the whole demand because it is so small, but amount. But also I have a big line of the clients who wants to taste this meat and to hear the stories and so on. So in a way, from a marketing perspective, it creates some kind of a limited edition desired product. You know, it becomes a really desired deficit to get it. However, I do not keep very high prices. The prices of the product is equals to the retail shops of a dry aged meat. Just to say, like a minced meat, kilogram of a minced meat is like 15 euros a kilogram, or a steak is like 30 euros or 40 euros a kilogram, which is not a very cheap, you know, supermarket thing, but it is an average price in Lithuania for dry aged beef. But my goal is, because this is not my major source of income, and kind of it's a side job or a weekend job, I aim on rather quick distribution of the product. So basically, I distribute 2 cows in 1 weekend. So, and it is just disappearing very quickly with this kind of approach. I make an advanced emails alert about the, you know, the families, about, you know, that the cow is coming, or beef is coming, and what are the needs, what are the kind of doing the collection of needs. I learned actually to set the price on the product only when it is slaughtered, and only when it is aged, when I can really see it, can test it, and can say, okay, this is good or not so good, and then I can only set the prices. I also do some individual cuts, implementing some. There are some special wishes sometimes, and so on. And I do provide cooking advice. I'm a passionate cook myself, so I think it is also very important that the consumers are being inspired, by cooking stories and what can you do with this particular cut, and I can really provide an advice. Talking a little bit about marketing, this is not with my farm connected, but I just wanted to highlight very, very briefly, because we are running out of the time. Anyway, that there is a new study coming in Lithuania, a new scientific publication. There is a below the contact of the author you can contact if you want for more information, which studied really compared the conventional pasture grazing and semi-natural habitats in Natura 2000 sites, species-rich grazing, and it find out actually that if you think about reproduction and the weight gain, there is actually no significant difference between the conventional grasslands and nature conservation, high nature value grasslands. So it can deliver really comparatively the same amount of meat. But what is important that the beef coming from the natural grasslands shows that they have a really healthy fatty acid profile. And it is potentially better for the cardiovascular health perspective. So I think this is a good marketing aspect to highlight also for such kind of pasture beef. And when you think about marketing, I'm thinking about really why there people really want this product, why they are so desiring to get it. And I think that in my farm, the meat is not just calories, it's not just protein which they buy, and it's not just tasty food, but it is also part of a culture. So there are people who are serving product from my farm, they're serving also culture and stories and storytelling. And I think this is a very important aspect of the whole marketing, and which makes the whole product really desired. And what are really the storytelling narratives which I share from time to time with the consumers, or on TV shows or elsewhere on social media. This is really, it's about inspiring biodiversity and the species stories, as I am nature conservationist myself, so for me it's rather easy. I am also a nature photographer, so I can supply, you can see also pictures here from my farm coming. I think the story of a farmer itself, or himself, or itself, myself, is that I'm a passionate nature photographer, and in my farm I have a cause. And my cows has a cause for nature conservation, and I think the consumers also, or the eaters of these families, they want to be part of this cause, so they want really to support this cause. And I think it is also very important in the messages to them to highlight it, that they are supporting. It's a really very good approach of doing the nature conservation. You're sitting around the table eating really good piece of beef and supporting nature conservation. So I think that also is something what really motivates them. I think it's important marketing approach is the consistency of the values. I practice what I preach, so to say, and the consumers see that. There are a lot of farming adventures happening. One of the most favored adventure was my bull, which you have seen in the picture. This black bull has been escaping from my farm to Belarus. I'm just bordering to the Belarus, the EU border, and I had the big adventures of receiving him back and getting him back, which took several months with lots of adventures. And these kinds of stories are also inspiring people. So they are it's kind of sharing the ownership with the farm. And it is about the real food, as I said. This food is not just calories; it's a culture also. It's a lifestyle. but it's also a healthy and nutritious food. So it is packed with nutritious and taste, and there is no modern additives and tweaks and finishing with the corn and whatsoever. And of course, cooking inspiration. So as I said, I think it is also very important to provide some recipes, some cooking advices how to cook this or that part of the meat. Yeah, so this is how my farm looks like from the drone's view, and I just wanted to share some, because this webinar is about marketing and about labeling, and this is not about my farm. Because I would have a conflict of interest here, since I was one of the initiators of this label in Lithuania. We have a protected area label, which is giving to the business operators and farmers who are farming in the protected area. They are corresponding to the values of a protected area, and this kind of a label provides them a marketing opportunity, so they can also they can unite them, first of all, in kind of a joint group of people who can share the ideas, share the values, but it also gives them better selling opportunities, so they can also use this label. So just to mention, just to show you that such a label exists also in Lithuania. I think it has been inspired originally from Italy, and I think it's rather quite successful. You see some of the farms which are also selling meat from their pastures and also having this label. And I think that was it. I tried really to be quick and to still reserve some time for the discussions, and thank you then for your attention.
Great. Well, thank you, Zymantas. That was very good, and brings back fond memories of my trip to Lithuania last September. Yes, and again, it's interesting that you again talk about a general label covering the whole area, the protected areas label, rather similar to the HNV Tarnava label that Laura mentioned at the beginning, which covers all products from a whole area, rather than individual labels covering different types of product. And people, if you have questions, just don't hesitate to put them into the question and answer session. So waiting for that, I would like to go back to the beginning and ask Laura to tell us in a few words, how did you, because in a way your whole system is based on collective action, that the farmers share a brand, the marketing is done cooperatively. So it's rather than each individual. Now, farmers we all know, and not just Romania, almost everywhere farmers are very individualistic. So how did you manage to get farmers to work together collaboratively, cooperatively?
It was an effort that spread across multiple years. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It took a lot of effort and investment, but then we realized that if we are constantly in touch with them, and once they actually start to see results in the form of extra income, they somehow started turning towards us. So it was the effort was not so much from our side, but then they realized that they also need to start working together. And I feel that now, because now ADEPT is not very much into supporting, not actively supporting farmers through direct fair, organizing affairs, or um, helping them set up new cooperatives or marketplaces. But the good thing is that after all our time and effort, they are continuing to do what we learned together. So they still work in cooperatives, and they finally understood that cooperation is the way forward. And that was also due to some financing that became available for this type of approach. But it took a lot of effort and time, and we imagined we might not make it, but we did. So that's also very inspiring and encouraging us to continue.
Okay, thank you. And now continuing my how questions, Alejandro, you had your problem is more, it was in a very different direction in how to collaborate with the public administrations running the nature parks and all that. How did you actually get the public administrations and the nature parks in Valencia together into this committee? Why do they even want to sit down with you and sort out all these barriers and legal problems?
I guess because we are very stubborn, like they are really, we are really trying to push our projects and we really fight for our shepherd. So usually every week we have like 2 meetings with public administration. So they say at some point, okay, no, we cannot do this anymore. We cannot have a meeting with you every 2 days. Please, let's do something like let's create something bigger because this is not working like that. So at the end, that's how we managed to do that. A real, yeah, like real contact every day.
Yes, and as you say, stubborn. Keep going until they say, yeah, we want to sort this out for once and for all.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
And then for the under, I mean, I'm intrigued about how you got into a department store because, like I said, I think many department stores are managed very centrally. They're almost like franchises, like McDonald's, where the individual shop, the supermarket in town X, how it's laid out and what it sells is completely controlled by headquarters. So how do you actually get into these department stores?
Well, I will let Christina answer that because I have not been involved for so long. But of course, what is true, it is a totally different strategy because you need to make meetings in a whole new level. It's not like a little shop that you can just go there or some commercial distribution firm. It is much more complex, much more strict. So yeah, I'll let you, Christina.
In fact, for 20 years, more than 20 years, we have been selling in organic consumers groups and small specific shops. But 4 years ago, we joined into these groups, and the challenge is to keep our promises with them to supply the amount of food of rice or pasta that we say, because they can penalize you. You can get fines if you don't sell all the amount that you say. So how we get them? Because some of our members were working with them, so we use these contacts to agree to make an agreement that was more convenience for us, because we are small producers. And one of the things that we have to do now is to buy some other organic rice producers, the rice in Doñana and in Valencia, also to supply the supermarkets. Because the most important is to have the amount of rice that you promise every week or every month or whatever, and not to charge too much. But it's true that we could negotiate a quite good price for the organic rice.
Yeah, that's something
Hard.
I've
It's
heard.
very hard to
Yeah.
come into this, because then you need a person that is all the day working with them.
Yes, I've heard that that one of the things that is difficult with them is that they want regularity of supply, right? What actually so you put your stuff on the shelves, and then what happens to what you don't sell? They just give it back to you by when it reaches its use by date or sell by date, or what happens to what you don't manage to sell?
In the shops, in the small shops.
Mm.
They buy us before they pay us before they buy the rice to us and they sell. And with the supermarkets, it's the same. They buy us previously and then they sell. We don't have other. The problem is this: to have enough staff of
But
product
usually
to sell.
Usually what happens also is that you reach agreement with some supermarket brands and they introduce you to several stores. So it is like a little progressive test
Yes.
that they make
Yes,
to you.
they for example choose the big cities and not all the stores of the big cities, maybe in 3 or 4.
And if you performed well, then you may access to new stores. Yeah. So they are careful in that sense. They test you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all the same, well done that you got in there, and let's hope that you expand from one store to another. And Zimantas, again, another how question for you. You now are selling to 36 people. In fact, you could probably sell to more than 36 because you've got such a reputation. And it's almost like buying tickets for an important football match. You know, if it's you know, people are queuing up, and if you're not the first one to press a button, you don't get anything. Okay. But what I'm curious about is how did you get your first set of customers? Because when you began, I mean, all you had was probably had your farm, you had some cows, and that was it. So how do you persuade your first group of people to actually to promise to buy from you?
Was a long time ago, but I mean, first of all, to correct you a little bit, it's not 36 people, it's 36 families. So it's a bigger round of people. But the way how I started, I think it was a kind of it's a good recipe to start also for the other, or city people who just bought a summer house. The way I bought the summer house with this wetland view which has been abandoned, overgrown, and needed a heavy habitat restoration. And I was trying really hard to do the mowing and cutting bushes, and it was really super hard, and I kind of nearly lost hope. But my one friend said, "What about if you would buy 2 castrated bulls in springtime?" And let them graze, and they're like pet dogs, and in your farm, and they just help you, doing the habitat restoration. And then you do the slaughtering in autumn, and then next year you do the same. And I tried to do that. So that was for me the moment of making the change. Really, how to say, it was a safe passage, really, to try something new. Because then you don't need to look for them in winter and so on. And but after a few years, I realized that actually there is no big economy, and it is also not no big economy, because you still need to buy these bulls, and then you sell. I mean, okay, they come from 300 kilograms into nearly 800 kilograms at the end, or something like that. But still they cost, and there is no big money left. But the other aspect is that the cattle need, from my experience, at least a year really to get acquainted to the place and know the place. Now I have them fence with electric fence, but there is no electricity for a few months, and they are fine. They are not escaping and so on. But the first. It really was like a word of mouth with the first families. So I tried with few with my friends and relatives, and their impression was that they never ever tasted such taste before. I mean, it's not comparable with what you get into the supermarket, and of course, after sharing some stories how you can cook it, and inspiring, because in Lithuania people tend to use pork mostly, and basically when you do pork, it's no possibility to spoil it. But with beef, you need really to know how to behave it, and not overcook it and so on. And by educating, there is bigger and bigger group grown, so very quickly. And yeah, I simply at the moment have much more much longer queues of families who would like, and I'm noting them down into the queue and try somehow to serve them all more or less, at least piece by piece. But and I can also say that maybe, yeah, you can say that, okay, this is a very small farm and this is a side job, and maybe this is it's not a full time, maybe this is not a real model. But I believe if I would have some 50 cows, 50 cattle, I mean the herd of 50, I'm pretty sure I would be able to sell everything and have a really decent salary, monthly salary from this. I believe this is really economically viable model with this kind of a marketing.
Yeah, well, that's a very encouraging note. Thank you. And here we have a question from the audience. Thank you for presenting a very valuable examples of extensive and environmental friendly pastoralism. Nowadays, extensive agriculture production is very challenging in the context of food policy and modern lifestyles. A question for all presenters. What may be the way to expand extensive agriculture among the regular farmers to make it profitable? So who of you would like to start off answering this question? Okay, Simantas, good man.
Not an easy question, because, if you talk about the regular farmers, so most of the regular farmers would probably not do this kind of a premium marketing, storytelling, because you need maybe some skills, some knowledge. But I think we need to, at least I'm just coming from the Lithuanian context. I mean, definitely we need to. I think the CAP the payments from the CAP is a big thing in the whole economy, and it's not only about making payments higher to these kinds of farmers, but I think it is also I think simply the grain farmers are receiving too good payments. And this is why majority of the farmers, at least in Lithuania, they go out from the cattle farming into the grain farming, because it gives a better economic result, and you can spend your winter in Africa enjoying hunting, or I don't know what kind of other vacations they do, while with the cattle farming, it's a lifestyle, and you cannot just leave your cattle so easily. With the meat cattle, I think this is easier, and I think this is kind of a trend in the future. When compared to the milk cattle, milk farm, there is a cheese house neighboring to me, when the farmer is every daily day waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning and doing the milking and so on. And it's not for everyone, such kind of a lifestyle. I think that it would be important, again, of course, the bigger payments would be preferred. At least in Lithuania, they are not really big enough. We really try also to compare all the costs and so on. But I think it's not just that. It is also that there are all other side activities where you're earning some economically valuable, how to say, your farm valued from economic units. If you have a grain farm, you gain more units, you can participate in more schemes, so it's not so favorable conditions for the cattle farmers. And I think this needs to be fixed. And I think as simple things like, social things like holidays for cattle farmers. There is no system how they can, in Lithuania, there is no system when they can go for holidays. They have to be with the farm, and there is no, kind of a service who could take for the care of animals while they are having a week away somewhere out. And I think these kind of things would definitely support extensive farming.
Right. Okay, Anna, I think you wanted to intervene, so off you go.
Yeah, I just wanted to, as a little teaser, say that the story I will be telling in the afternoon session is very much about how to bring extensive grazing and biodiversity focused beef production into the more conventional farming world, I would say. So I'm just sort of trying to make all our audiences want to come back and hear that as well, because has been very interesting and inspirational to hear all your stories. I mean, it's so similar. We have all spent 20 to 30 years battling with this in various ways. And so this it can be done, but of course it varies massively on the national scale as well. I mean, in Hungary, it sounds like you so many really small farmers. I mean, that is a real challenge. And I'm so pleased to hear from Simantas about the Lithuanian situation too. So yeah, I will come back and tell you our story after lunch.
Okay, that's what I call good advertising. But in the meantime, another question popped up, carrying on the thread. A related question to the one being answered by Simantas. Don't some or all of these initiatives depend on creating just a relatively small supply, something special, with a limited supply and contrasting with the normal bulk product? How would it work economically if everyone in Tarnava Mare or in Lithuania was producing such products, especially if they have to start selling in markets other than the local markets? Isn't this one of the really big challenges for landscape scale systems of this type? All right, so who of you would like to answer this one or react to this?
Long question. Need to read it once again.
Well, I'll summarize it. The basic question is about okay, at the moment, what you're selling, Simantas, or what the Tarnava Mare farmers are selling, or the Rietveld rice, they're all special products, niche products, and their appeal comes from the fact that they are special and not so easy to get, perhaps, and in that sense, kind of exclusive. So, but what happens if you get everybody, or lots of farmers in Lithuania, or all the farmers in Tarnava Mare producing these nature-friendly products and putting them on the market? What would happen then? Would you flood the market and they become less special? Or would you have to be forced to go and try and export them? Or what would happen if you get lots and lots of people producing these nature-friendly products? So Simantas, you want to react?
Yeah, but I think Alejandro was first. Maybe.
No, but you can go.
My simple, quick answer would be we would have more happy people. But to do it a bit longer, you know, I have one story. Then I was once in Finland in some kind of a meeting or seminar, and went into supermarket to buy some food for dinner, and I saw some meat products there, some steaks there in the vacuum packaging, and I stopped and I thought that this is not food. This is calories sold in vacuum. Somehow it doesn't. And then I started to think, what means actually agriculture? And I tried to translate the word agriculture into the national language. And for instance, in Lithuania, agriculture is žemės ūkis, which prescribing, it's called land economy. And I started to investigate other countries, and somehow made an observation that actually northern countries translates agriculture as land economy, and which frames that agriculture is a business, while southern countries translate it as land culture, and this is a culture. And I think if we talk about these small-scale farmers, I'm just going back to the question, if you talk about small-scale farmers or niche products and so on, I think if we would really educate our consumers more, and if we would have a shorter food supply chain so they can have an emotional connection with the source from where they get the food, there will be more culture in agriculture. And the food will not be just calories anymore. It becomes part of the culture, and the people will start cherish food more. I'm pretty sure that people don't waste beef from my farm, if they don't consume it at the dinner, so they don't throw it away, not because this is expensive, but because it's a part of a story, and this is why I firmly believe that we will have more culture around the table and more happy people. So I understand that this is maybe looks a little bit naive if you would think from the large scale economy and so on. But if I would look into my food supply of my family, I can say that I only buy wine, I think, from the supermarkets and some veggies, but and some maybe bread, but like I have a network of farmers from whom I get potatoes, vegetables, other meats, poultry, even beer, and so on and so on. So you can create the network, and it is possible, to be fed. You see, I'm not so skinny, so.
Yeah. Okay, right. Now I see, Ander, I think you also wanted to say something, right? Is that correct? Hello? Or Anna?
Microphone,
Anna
Anna.
Yeah,
wants to intervene.
I just wanted to say that, yeah, I think there's room for more diversity. I think there's room for more niche tends to get put down, saying that, oh, it can only be very, very small volumes. Maybe we need a new word, because what we're trying to do here is sort of what happened in the Swedish dairy shelf about 10, 15 years ago, when all of a sudden, when it went from one type of yogurt, one type of buttermilk, and the milk of various fat degrees, it spread like, massively in all sorts of different types of dairy products, and they're all still there. They're being sold, and so. And I know we eat a lot of dairy in Sweden, but never mind. The example I wanted to make was that I think that we could do the same with meat products, and that there is room to expand. We also must remember that I think on average the food, the amount that consumers in our Western countries anyway spend on food is like 10-12% of their dispensable income, which is very little compared to televisions and mobile phones and cars. So I think there is room, and that we shouldn't be discouraged. Although Gwyn, who put this question, I know it comes from a long experience of working with these issues. So I understand what you mean, Gwyn. But I think we mustn't let ourselves be discouraged by thinking that there isn't room.
Right. In the meantime, we've got a remark rather than a question, so maybe this is something to end on. The remark reads as follows. We see two marketing models. This is what the person says. Meat sold locally, which is like the Lithuania example, and organic rice, that's obviously referring to Rietveld, sold a bit everywhere in supermarkets. So two different approaches, local selling and more widespread selling over much of a country, and that will be interesting to investigate. So maybe this is something to end today's webinar on, something to think about, and maybe indeed a project to start to think about whether that indeed would be worth investigating more deeply. So, but I think we should go for lunch now. I think so thank you all for participating, and thank you particularly to the speakers for giving such great presentations. It's obvious from the remarks we got in the chat and in the Q&A that it was much appreciated by everybody. So having said that, I would say bon appetit, enjoy your meal, and I won't be here this afternoon because unfortunately I have to go elsewhere, but you'll be in very good hands this afternoon, and I'm sure the presentations will be just as great and inspiring as they are this morning. So good. So enjoy your meal, and see you all back this afternoon. Bye.
Hello and welcome you to the second part of our seminar. My name is Andrejs Briedis and I'm from Latvian Fund for Nature. In the fund, I've been the head of the council for a few years, but my main job is a farmer. I'm a farmer on a small farm. I started as an organic beekeeper. Then as time went on, I added some sheep, and now I spend most of my time in Latvian countryside. But that's not why we are here today. Today we are here to listen a few great examples from throughout the Europe how we can help farmers like me keep managing and farming their grasslands, and how can product production be improved and strengthened, so to strengthen the income from farming activities by selling our products. So we'll start with three, I'd say, national scale examples, and then just like in the morning session, finish with an example for an inspirational farm. The rules are the same as in the morning session. Please ask your questions and type your questions in the Q&A box. And so off we go. And our first presenter is Andra Līviņa, my colleague from Latvian Fund for Nature, who will tell
Hello.
about our experience with the natural grasslands product. So Andra, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm sharing my screen right now, and just a moment, going to presentation mode. Does everybody can hear and see?
Yes, the picture is good
Okay.
and the sound is good. Thank you.
Good. So we are going on. Thank you for possibility to present grassland product as a brand and label, which has been part of a really big life project called Latvian Nature. And but I will start step by step how we are doing and how long we will be doing and what is situation in Latvia. So at first, does the panel disturb you or not? No, I hope not. The first, some facts, just in case if somebody doesn't know where Latvia is, it is near the Baltic Sea, one of 3 Baltic countries. And we are proud of our meadows, of course, and meadows can look like this middle picture, but they can look also like this on the right side, which means that they are mainly sedges and reeds in the meadow. Latvia's territory is all 64, more than 64,000 square kilometers. 30% is agricultural land, and semi-natural grasslands from all Latvian territory is less than 1%. So I just put population here too, just to compare. For example, with Netherlands could be quite interesting. we don't have many people. So let's go. The main message, apart from grassland product brand, is, as always, we all know, we all are in the same boat. Semi-natural grasslands are under threat. As to Latvia, we had 30% 100 years ago, and now it's less than 1%, mainly to intensive agriculture. Of course, there's no need to look back 100 years ago, and but we have to find another ways how to increase this less than 1%. As I'm not talking here about what semi-natural grasslands do for biodiversity and for nature protection. We all know it, but I will talk more about what we do within our project to protect, to maintain, and to motivate, manage semi-natural grasslands in Latvia. So Project Life Latvian Nature is really a big one, and our Latvian Funds for Nature task is just one sub-action, meaning development of business initiatives to motivate sustainable management of semi-natural grasslands. And in other words, the task was to create a brand and label to provide consumers, customers, society with trustable information about the product's origin, and also to let them feel like they contribute to restoration of natural grasslands, and also to be informed about those farmers who manage natural grasslands. In fact, goal of project is that natural grasslands must become part of balanced and sustainable farming, but how to reach it? our ways how we did it, and actually we started 2 years ago, and now we ended, but it will continue. It can't stop like that, but in project frames, simply our role of Latvian Fund for Nature's role has been ended end of last year. But how we plan to reach it is to support farming, mainly support farmers that actually contributes to the nature preservation in countryside. Also to promote in society this link or link between farming and business. And also, of course, to educate people, society, and facilitate the purchase of grassland products. The most challenges, as we all know, actually it's nothing new. I understood from morning sessions that actually we all think the same, how to bring together nature conservation and productive farming. Because in Latvia is the same as in Lithuania and in Estonia and also many other European countries. There's low motivation of sustainable management of those grasslands. Practically, it's based on very much on farmers' enthusiasm. They are living like grassland is in my heart. Nature is my heart. European subsidies are on place as the same as everywhere in EU, but they are quite small. It's not the way to continue maintenance, and that's why this brand grassland product came on scene, because it is in fact what I can shortly say. It's innovative nature conservation method. And it has been served and will serve and serves as a consumer education tool. And also, sorry, now I'm jumping a bit. And also it's tool to promote grassland products when they are going to in sales. Something I a bit got stuck, sorry. Okay, here we go. And within grassland product brand, as you see this pink flower, which actually is flower or plant of dry natural grasslands. Now I forgot the Latin name. Maybe Andres can help me. But it's from Nelk family. So, and part of brand, significant part and most important, which is visible in everyday life of society, is label, grassland product. And we as owners of brand have established requirements or conditions who can use this label. And it has been granted to farmers who manage natural grasslands or natural meadows and produce related products or provide services. Meaning that whatever you can, your grassland or your meadow can give, it, and whatever you see society might need, or there's a customer for that, it can be grassland product with label. So we have worked out detailed criteria in our project, and there are very different product categories. It's not only meat. But of course, it's meat and meat products. There are dairy products, honey, herbs, and herbal tea, which is really kind of Bible of Latvia. I think part of Latvian women are witches, meaning that they collect plants and then make healthy and tasty teas, but we are not the only country doing that. And also other products or services, which counts to rural tourism, also natural grassland seeds, food supplement, cosmetics, ceramics, and so on. How do we do? Farmers, we have website and farmers can apply for the label via website form. It's easy. And then we evaluate them in 2 steps, applicants. First of all, it's verification of documents they have submitted. How many, what is their land structure, how have they applied for subsidies, etc., etc. And if the step 1 has positive results, then it's a real life evaluation, meaning that we go and we have been going and visiting when really we can see the situation in his farm. It is late spring summer, early autumn, when we can see that what is, for example, for honey producers, we really evaluate if it's natural grassland and farmer produced honey. Is this, bees don't have they can't be limited by borders, and there's a certain rule that within 3 kilometers it can be intensive agriculture around. So, and then if it's all positive, then we grant like certificate, and their farmers have been very proud of that. That they are sustainable farmers who maintain natural grasslands and produce products coming from those grasslands. What is benefit for label users? Why they should apply? Because there are also many who don't apply. We do brand activities are to promote the trade of grassland products and services. There have been media campaigns, there are social media influencers, I will show a bit later. Second, they get the marketing support and information materials, and they always can ask us individual consultations, which they do. Then it's support for them in events and fairs, farmer markets, etc., etc. Also, there's opportunity to participate in different seminars and education classes. And last year we also ran a small grant competition where people had to submit innovative ideas about grassland products and services. And last year, 9 innovative ideas became in real life, which we are very happy and proud of. And the last but not least is networking for them with other grassland owners and product producers. Because what we found, actually, it's one of most important. Latvians are living, we are not like our countryside is one by one farm, and not very often like they are in villages, mainly scattered. And this bringing either online or real life, bringing them together, farmers really appreciate it. What is benefit for consumer of grassland product? It means that this really is reliable information. If they see this label, it's a high quality product and reliable information about product's origin. And also, as we promote and communicate, that everyone who purchases grassland product contributes to nature conservation. Meaning we give farmer, we don't give a fish, we make him a fisherman with this. And so, few examples, then I will tell more about some challenges too. What we have been doing within grassland product development, we did, I think, it was altogether close to 20 workshops in cooking schools for young chefs, and in cooperation with professional chefs, and for schools actually very much appreciated. So it means that we also first of all gave introductional presentation about what is grassland product and why Latvian Fund for Nature is doing that. And then they were cooking together with in management of together with professional chefs. Very much this cooking was about beef, because then here I have to step back a bit. Beef eating traditions are not strong in Latvia and Baltics in general. We have been always pork and poultry eating, chicken. And there are several reasons from that, but nowadays I can say that it's also not, it's quite expensive. At least this is partly it's myth of what is in society and what is also our task to break it. That it's not only steak and it's not only minced meat. There are different ways how to cook beef, and we believe that it's really a proper way to start to how to say, not teach, but challenge society to also to cook something else. And of course, what we see in younger generation, we are happy to see in our events that actually children are very happy to eat even raw meat, raw beef, which positively surprise. And again, it's also the same as Jimata said that, well, demand is high, but somehow bring together with all demand and beef what is produced, and particularly grass-fed beef, and particularly beef from natural grasslands, it's a challenge. We have been participating in tastings, grassland product tastings in different kind of events, fairs, some agriculture events. Our projects, our colleagues they were doing partner meetings. Wherever we have been invited or we saw possibility, we were out and going, and together with chefs we were presenting, or with our farmers. They are pretty good ambassadors, some of them very good. And seminars, so webinars, of course, as I said, they're really happy and good feedback, giving good feedback that the seminars have been really important for them. Also, we did in cooperation with influencers, particularly on grassland beef. And this has been really good. I hope it will continue, because there's about recipes. As I said, not only steak and not only minced meat, something else. And this is really doesn't require so big money and so big time, or it's more about slow cooking maybe. Then you just put your beef in oven for several hours and you can do whatever. Then farmer markets, of course, as it has been pretty big job, but always we felt very supported, because we were talking with dry mouth, telling about grasslands, natural grasslands, and why we are here and why we need. And not every grassland is natural, as people used to think sometimes. So, but it has been worth doing, and we'll continue that. And then it's Meadow Taste Day, Meadow Festival, which is Latvian Fund for Nature is doing annually, Meadow Festival, in more closer to capital, or in capital Riga. And also there we are talking and explaining and educating. Then Wild Culinary Festival, etc., etc. And particularly I want to highlight annual Meadow Taste Day at Sita Nature Park, which actually, as you see here in the picture in banner, Sita Nature Park, or Yuri Prokofiev, the owner, is also participant at Live Marsh Meadows project. And together with Live Marsh Meadows project last year, we were doing this annual Meadow Taste Day, and it starts with a guided tour in food plain, which is really interesting, as similar like colleagues here told. Also here, it's floodplain, and it means that earlier it was just in spring, now it might happen every time of year, and sometimes when cattle has to be here, simply there's no place for cattle, there's a lake. And then after guided tour, it's followed by grassland product tasting. And these events have been very popular. And just to give you a hint, actually, we didn't ask a participation fee for that. People could apply. It just was a limited amount of people we could invite. But in fact, this event as such is also grassland product, because it can be it can be done on the grasslands, natural grasslands, and it's educational, it's rural tourism. And such events, as we see in Latvian Fund for Nature, are becoming more and more popular, as people are looking for added value for entertainment. And it's good to see. Grassland product today, we have, as I told, in 2025, and we as Latvian Fund for Nature has been ending the participation in project. However, we maintain the owners of grassland product brand. So we ended with 44 farmers received the rights to use the label on their products and services, and more than 400 different grassland related products and services. Most popular of them are two: rural tourism and beef products. Other herbal tea, honey, cosmetics, lamb, wool, sheep milk, for example, very popular as people who are lactose allergic, they really require sheep milk. And also ice cream, grassland seeds, and craftworks, and some more and more. Simply, as we announced our small grant project, we try to motivate or challenge people. Look at your meadow, look at your grassland, and look at that as a resource, what it can bring for you. And then we really saw interesting ideas. For example, currently we have one which is a beehive rent. So you can rent your beehive with actually managing them by professional beekeeper, but you can come and see your bees, you can collect honey, and so on, so on. And from this year, brand management and further development has been handed over to our partner in Latvian Nature Project. It's Latvian Rural Advisory and Training Center. They have a very good national network covering regions in Latvia, and they cooperate with farmers. We have been doing all the things together, activities, and we'll be doing more this year and in future. So they do this management and development work, but we, as Latvian Fund for Nature, stays as the owner of brand and holds the supervising function. It means that we also will give grants for new grassland product label users, and we also do control of them. What I want to add here is that the challenge, of course, is also one thing is produce products, which in that way grasslands are maintained. But when thinking about product from your grassland, you have to think about demand, what is needed, who will buy my product. I see a bit maybe slight challenge with herbal teas, because this really can be done, like Jimanta said, it's weekend farmer. But if you can sell it, then it's of course good use, but it's not adding to your income. Of course, you maintain grasslands, but the question is how much you can earn some money there. Also, challenges about beef production. Of course, we have area where intensive agriculture is not so much interested. It's a hilly area, and they have been cooperative. It is still, but the ownership has changed. So they are not anymore selling through cooperative so actively as it was before. Now we have another scheme in mind with slaughterhouse synthesis. So we'll see how we'll develop that. But it forgot what I wanted to say. Okay, maybe not so important. So I wanted to say that label actually is just 2 years. And comparing what I heard, thank you, Anna, for all learnings, what we learned from you, from Natursbetesko. And as far we learned from Anna, it has been long way for them to start and to get in shops, in retail shops, those products. We actually can be happy that 2 of our products, one herbal tea and beef product producer, 2 of them are in Rimi, meaning big supermarket chain. So it's already success. That's it. And we say that the more products, more consumers, and more natural grasslands. And thank you for your attention. And I'm happy to answer your questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation, Andra. We will keep the questions after all the presentations, but you are very much welcome to type them into the question and answer box. So now we go to our second presenter, Tomislav Hudina, who will tell us about his experience in the Mosaic for Life project. So please, Tomislav, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Do you see the presentation correctly? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for inviting me. I applied for the webinar firstly as a listener only, but then later I was contacted to give actually also a presentation about our project and activities we do in Croatia. Today I'll talk you a little bit about the Mosaic of Life project, which started last year in September in the southern part of Croatia, karstic part of mountains and river valleys. And although the name of the event is like from marsh to market, we do not have such much marsh habitats there. But we are trying also to promote similar stories in this karstic area. First of all, few words about the project. The consortium is made of Association Beyond, which is a BirdLife partner in Croatia, an NGO. We are working on different projects and activities related to nature conservation, mostly habitat restoration, but also with birds and their habitats. Our partners on the project are one other NGO, Ecological Association Krka from town of Knin, small local NGO, University of Zagreb, Faculty of Agriculture, Agronomy. And also, as the part of the project area is one national park, there is public institution being part of the project and also firefighting association on the county level. We also do have partners, associated partners, Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Agriculture, as well as two county level public institutions. And here on the slide, you can see where the project is located. Several years ago, from 2020 to 2023, we had another life project there on Mountain Dinara, which is the most right part, this green part on the border with Bosnia. And then after this successful project, we decided to raise the bar a little bit and expand our activities on the broader area. We are focusing on target Natura 2000 bird species stated here, and we are working on 4 target Natura 2000 grassland types, which the most present in the area is this eastern sub-Mediterranean dry grasslands. Okay, and the project is located in this 8 Natura 2000 sites. A little bit about the project background. In Croatia, we have a very big issues or challenges with land abandonment and insufficient extensive grazing. On large part of our country, where this is these hilly or mountainous karstic parts, there is a big issue of people leaving the area and only old people staying there. So the number of animals that are present outside and grazing on the grasslands is getting lower and lower. And as a part of that, we have big issues with the succession of vegetation. We have shrubs and small trees overgrowing grasslands, and we are having troubles with losing grassland species, birds, mammals, insects, but also plant species who are very dependent on those open habitats. Not only regarding the habitats, we are also losing these traditional Mediterranean mosaic landscapes. which are being overgrown, and now they're more and more looking like endless shrublands, which are very prone to summer wildfires, which are getting more and more serious in the light of climate change. And as I already mentioned, we had this successful project, Dinara Back to Life, which was the first actually grassland restoration project in Croatia on the larger scale. So we were only trying different methods, and we there started working with stakeholders, farmers, hunters, mountaineers, and tourist workers in this part of Croatia. And while working with them, we came to some conclusions where the bottlenecks are. So we recognized where should we focus in the future, so we can help more to maintain the grasslands and to help people to stay there and make a living from these extensive traditional agriculture. Now we spread the area and are trying to implement all those lessons learned from previous project. So we will be now focusing on several things that I'll be talking about on my next slides. First thing that we tried in Dinara Back to Life project, and we are continuing now, is these collaborative board meetings. We are promoting project and inviting people for like very local meetings on different locations within project area to get them familiar with what we do, what we are planning to do, and also on that meetings we are familiarizing ourselves with the challenges they are facing with, which helps us a lot because in live projects we have, I would say, more space for adapting some activities to the needs of people and of the area. And what I always am mentioning on such kind of presentations is that on one of the first meetings we had with farmers in that area, we got the feedback that like our project or our project team is the first one after like 30 years coming there and asking them what do they need, and not coming there and just saying, oh, you're not allowed to do this or that anymore. So they, although we were very like cautious about promising things, as we didn't have a clue how well accepted will we be in the project area. After that, few meetings, we became aware that the cooperation with local communities in a way that we are promoting it will be very, very successful. And this contribution of local stakeholders to the implementation of the project is also very much contributing to sustainability of the project results, because I'll have, I think, also in some of the next slides, but the sustainability of any restoration results is very much dependent on the local stakeholders, cattle owners there, who will be continuously managing the grasslands after some initial restoration activities. And we are trying to change this approach that agriculture and nature conservation are completely separate things and are like going in different directions, and trying to make people aware that agriculture and nature conservation must go hand in hand if we want to have like sustainable results and improve things on the longer scale. Okay, one of the project activities we were focusing on was the grassland restoration. We were removing shrubs and trees from grasslands that have been overgrown. The biggest issue was this prickly juniper, which is not a favorable plant species for cattle to feed on. So we were helping with the removal of shrubs, also at the same time improving habitats for target bird species. A part of that, we were also introducing or reintroducing focused grazing or mixed herd grazing. We were landing electric fences to farmers to help them more efficiently manage grasslands after the restoration. And what we recognized in those talks and conversations with our farmers and stakeholders, that on a lot of locations, the limiting point for having larger herds or grazing on larger areas is availability of drinking water for cattle. So we started in live projects with restoring only 5 ponds and wells as a very, very much side activity. But very, very soon after that, we applied for another project, and we managed to restore in 3 years almost 40 ponds and wells on several locations, so that farmers are now able to bring their cattle on more distant places to graze on other grasslands and help maintain them. One challenge that we were also working on a lot was challenges in leasing public grasslands, public-owned grasslands. In this part of Croatia, there is a national company, Croatian Forests, which manages all the forests and those dry karstic grasslands. Most of the area is public-owned, except of some spaces or smaller areas which are more flat and where the soil is more fertile. So those places are private-owned. So farmers are leasing land from Croatian Forest, from the state, in order to be able to graze there and to receive subsidies from Common Agricultural Policy funds. There were a lot of administrative challenges there, not only connecting key stakeholders, but also making this national company, Croatian Forest, to have more open calls for interested farmers who would like to lease some land for grazing. And we were facilitating conversation between the stakeholders and decision makers in order to help them to use more grasslands and to help our project also to maintain grasslands after the restoration activities been implemented. I already started talking a little bit about the reintroduction of mixed herd grazing on those grasslands. In the history, people, every house had some sheep, some goats, cows, donkeys, sometimes even horses. But over the past maybe 50, 60 years, the tradition changed very much. And nowadays, they're either like having only sheep or only goats or only cows. And we noticed the problem that different animals are bruising or grazing in different ways and picking different plants. So on some areas you have young shrubs and trees and other plants that are not so favorable as a fodder to animals, which are then taking the grasslands from those grasses and small plants that were supposed to be there. There is also another issue that when you are leasing this public-owned land from Croatian forests, you're not allowed to remove any shrubs or trees there. So once you take the grasslands, you lease the grasslands for like 10 years period, and you bring your animals there for grazing. After 10 years, you can renew the contract, and but the shrubs and trees are growing there. And after 20 years, in most cases, people are just not anymore interested in those grasslands because there is not enough grass there for grazing, but also it's very hard to take care about the cattle outside because the area is also habitat for bear and lynx and wolf. So shepherds have to be present with the animals outside, and it's very hard to bring them back home all safe and alive if you are having a lot of shrubs on your pastures. And we started with the reintroduction of this mixed herd grazing by signing contracts with farmers. Like we were knowing that they were having 100 sheep, and we would sign the contract for grazing on the grassland with 100 sheep and 2 donkeys. And then they would have like 3 months to fulfill the contract completely. So they would buy some donkeys and start bringing them also to grasslands for grazing. And by that, we managed to sign 16 contracts in this Dinara Back to Life project. And they reintroduced around 40 new donkeys, horses, or traditional breed of Busha cows. And now in this new project, they're very interested in other farmers to get this kind of opportunity for cooperation with the project and starting this mixed herd grazing again. One thing that we are now trying to work on this new Mosaic of Life project is this Busha cow native cattle breed, which is whose breeding is very much dependent on subsidies because it's a low productive breed of cattle. But now we are trying to promote it more and try to do some activities that were mentioned already through the previous presentations we heard earlier today. We'll be organizing some events with chefs and use the storytelling on how those animals are contributing to maintaining and restoration of biodiversity in nature and national parks. And we are also trying to bring together farmers and butchers, chefs, restaurant owners, and local decision makers and start the conversation in a way that they find a solution to help the farmers stay there and still breed those animals which are maintaining the biodiversity and grasslands in the area. One of the solutions might be the short supply chains that have been also mentioned earlier today. And as the project already just started, we are hoping that in 5 years we'll be able to present some more concrete results. Another thing that was also several times mentioned today was this low visibility of local products. They are selling it locally, and there is a lot of this gray economy because they're not labeling products, and they're not able to reach prices that are high enough so the production would be feasible enough for them. So now we will be helping them with this labeling and marketing of the products, helping with those labels, and supporting local fairs and events, and raising visibility of farmers and their products, bringing them closer to the market so they can make a living from the products they are producing on their farms. There are also some challenges with using this money from common agricultural policy, because in a lot of cases we have old people who are not very much capable of signing all those online forms and things you have to apply for the subsidies. So through the project, we are now paying consultants to help them with preparing some projects or applications for different schemes or subsidies that are available for them. And we are also trying in parallel to remove some legal constraints that are present regarding misalignment of forestry law or nature protection and agricultural laws or acts, where those three acts are seeing grasslands and completely differently, and like forestry law forbids removal of shrubs and trees from grasslands, and in nature protection law it is like a favorable thing to do on grasslands to keep it in a conservation status that is favorable for a grassland type or for some particular grassland species. Another issue we will be working on is this sheared wool as an unused resource. Currently is a problem, actually, because there is no market for this wool in Croatia, and farmers are usually just dumping the wool after shearing somewhere into the nature. And now we are trying. There are now two factories which are processing wool into pellets as to be used as organic manure. So we are trying to make a self-sustaining model where we'll be facilitating in the beginning the process of wool collection and transporting it to these factories. And we are hoping that in 5 years the system will continue working self-sustainable way, so the farmers get some more income from the sheep they are breeding, mostly for lamb. In some cases, they're also producing dairy products from sheep milk. And that was more or less it from my side. I hope that in few years we'll be having more things to share, some practical things and concrete results. But I'm very happy to be here today with you and taking some interesting ideas from your presentations. And I hope that we'll be able to implement them also within our projects. Thank you very much. And if you'll have some questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Yes, thank you very much, Tomislav, for your presentation. And For the participants, please, if you have any questions, type them into the Q&A box and we'll come back to them after all the presentations. And so now our next presenter will be Anna Jameson, who will be telling about her experience of working with beef animals on high nature value grasslands in Sweden. So Anna, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I'm so happy to come after your presentation, Andra and Andres. We had such a lovely time with you. And so pleased to see how everything's gone so well. So now I'm just going to try and look for my presentation and focus on that. There we go. Now. There we are. So, hello everybody, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak to you today. I am Anna Jameson and I work for an NGO in Sweden called Naturbete Kött i Sverige. It's pasture beef and lamb translated to English. And I'm so pleased I had the time to be in on the whole workshop today, because you have all given so many interesting different angles to this whole thing of how to translate a high nature value, a biodiversity or traditional grass management into money for the farmers who do it. So I will now come with a slightly different version that of course stems from the fact that from my country, how the situation is for farming in Sweden. My organization has as the aim to increase the acreage of well-managed biodiversity-rich grasslands, and we do this by promoting and supporting in every way we can production of pasture beef and lamb, as we call it. But we're also very much a platform for all actors in the food chain. So we have members who are supermarket chains, and we now have the virtual fencing company No Fence as a member, and of course lots of farmers and ordinary consumers as well. So we function very much as a platform for anyone interested in this subject. So Sweden, just to put anyone who hasn't been to visit us in the picture, is mainly a forested country. 70% of our land surface area is forest, and of course some of that forest used to be grazed once upon a time, but that has mainly gone away and been replaced with very productive modern forestry. So there are not very many forest grazings left. What we do have is what we call semi-natural pastures or natural pastures, and that's around 450,000 hectares, which is actually only 1% of the land area, but that's because we have so much forest. The arable crops only cover 8%. So what we have is out of the open agriculture landscape, we have not quite 10%, but somewhere around there that is actually semi-natural pastures, and they are very, very important, as we all know. And what I'm going to tell you now is a story that's been going on for almost 30 years. It was WWF who started working with animals, grazing animals, as a way of preserving nature and biodiversity, and very quickly came upon the idea that the farmers who are so key to doing this service also need to make some special money from it, and that's how the unique selling points, the added values were formed, which is quite simple and very obvious to all of us here today, that they produce tasty, healthy and animal-friendly meat, and at the same time as they produce biodiversity. And we actually say, a little bit cockily, but still, that this is the only food product that actually produces biodiversity. Most other food products somehow wear away a little bit of biodiversity, more or less, depending on what it is. But because we also ended up in the big we all need to get rid of all the cows to save the climate time of life. As you remember, this came up in the 90s. So we have very much focused our communication around showing the difference. So this picture usually does the job if I'm talking to people who don't know what I'm talking about normally, showing the difference very clearly. And this you all know, but seeing that we've had so many fantastic nature photographs, especially from Lithuania, I wanted to put in a few from Sweden as well, courtesy of Ola Jennersten, of course. And what you have all said in your all your different presentations is that there is no nature conservation through grazing without farmers. The problem is maybe that the farmers look so different in different countries. We also have the problem of having an aged farming community, especially when it comes to running beef cattle, as these guys. But we do also have a fair number of youngsters coming in, and that is, I think, because of the slightly different situation for Sweden, which is that we can do the nature conservation service within mainstream farming activities. You don't have to be organic to be a pasture beef farmer in Sweden. You can be fairly big. You don't have to be, but you can have hundreds of beef cattle, or maybe it's 10. But of course, your economic situation varies then. But it has been a different kind of challenge for us, I would say, than for most of you who've spoken. What was done, and I really liked one of you who was saying, I think it was from Romania, labels are not the goal, they are a tool. We were slightly forced to go into a certification scheme. We haven't really made our own label. We have a certification. But the certification, because it's a third-party certification scheme, is open to any market actor who wants to use it and add it to their own label. So instead of putting effort into making a label, which we sort of tried in the beginning but didn't get very far with, we put a lot of effort into going into this certification scheme. And that has not been an easy journey either, because it creates barriers for the farmers who want to come into producing pasture beef for the market that now exists. I will tell you about that just in a minute. Because this costs money. And for the bigger producers, the ones with the 100 cows, doesn't matter. It's a small fee for them. But for somebody with maybe just 5 cattle going to slaughter each year, it's quite a substantial part, even though, of course, the cost rises with how many animals you have on the farm, but it still is a bit of a... So after a lot of lobbying and working with the company who runs the certification scheme, we managed to create a very low-cost bottom level, so that it doesn't have to be such a big hurdle for farmers to get in. But it's a Svensk seal, Swedish seal of quality, and it's a company of its own, but it's a third-party certification scheme. So it means that independent auditors, here depicted by this serious-looking fella, comes out on the farm and checks that everything is done okay. Every 2 years, he will, or his colleagues will come. And I'm not going to go through all the criteria now, because that's not really the interesting thing. Between different countries, one always has to find different ways of doing this, and I really like what you've done in Latvia, to focus on the grasslands. We are also focusing on grasslands, but because we went with somebody else, we have to sort of buy into their wanting to tweak a little bit extra and polish the Swedish legislation a bit extra. So there are things like no GMO, of course, which is good. No slatted floors on the farm, that can be a problem. for us, and lots of general Swedish food safety rules that you should really fulfill anyway, but most other farmers don't have to have a serious looking guy with glasses coming and asking, how do you, where is your electric fence unit? Has it been protected against rain? Which we have to sort of answer for. So there are good bits and bad bits with this thing of a third-party certification scheme. But it costs money as well. So 720 euros. I counted out in the beginning of 2025 the cost was, and I think it's still the same. So break even after 7 animals slaughtered, I wrote then, but actually with the beef prices rocketing up, I would say it's probably somewhere closer to 6 animals per year slaughtered now. But it's still a reasonable amount of cattle you have to have. This was created as early as 2002, but on a very small scale, and it didn't take off at all in the beginning. There were some farmers who sold meat at their farm gate sales, and some farmers markets, and some individual ICA, so supermarket owners who, from their own interest, really wanted to make this work in their shops, and I think maybe it's the same in most supermarket chains, that you do have a certain amount of autonomy where you can decide yourself, but the majority of your products you have to go with the flow, with the national decisions what should be there, but you can have some local products, and we had that, but it never really took off very much until Coop, the co-op, the stores. I know some of your countries have them as well. We were talking at the same venue. A new woman who started working there just the year before, and I was there telling again, as I had many times, the story of the beauty of the semi-natural pasture beef, and she said, that would suit in our stores, let's have a chat. And within less than a year, it was on the supermarket shelves in the Coop stores. I was going to say all over Sweden, that was the theory, but of course there wasn't that many animals being produced at that time, even though we put in a lot of effort to interest a lot of farmers for this and to help them go through the certification scheme and stuff. So it was just 15 animals slaughtered per week, and on a national scale we have 10 million people. You understand that wasn't very much, but it was something. And now we're not involved in this business. The business is completely outside of my organization. The business is between the farmer, the slaughterhouse, and the supermarket. They are slaughtering 50 animals per week. And the number of certified farms have gone up from 10 to 50. So I would say it's a success. We've had lots of challenges during this time. We had the pandemic. We had the aftermath of the drought in 2018. And we've had galloping, lost the word, prices rushing up, food prices increasing a lot. And over the last year or so. So there has been a lot of challenges, but Coop has said all the time that they're very happy with the quality. They are also very happy to see that this particular range has stood its ground when other commodities have lost market shares because of these things I said with the pandemic and other things. And we are pretty sure that why that is that we together with Coop are talking about something very simple, and that's biodiversity. I know you now scoff and say biodiversity isn't simple, but to the customer it's easy to understand. To talk about eating quality and animal welfare and all these other things that we also do, but we're not unique there. Other farmers work with that as well. but we are completely unique when it comes to lifting the biodiversity effects of the way this meat is produced. And I do believe that, and I think I've heard that when I've heard all the other presentations today, that you're all on the same track there. And I'm convinced that's the winning one. It is better for the health for people. It does taste more because they eat better, these cattle. But the biggest difference against other things is that it promotes biodiversity. And I think that that's a really important factor. So what's happening now then? Well, there's a big demand for pasture beef, both from Coop, they're still growing, they want more, and other market actors are sniffing on it all the time, and that's when having this third-party certification scheme is really important, because just like Latvian Fund for Nature has let go of your brand, but still control the how it is sort of what it actually means. That's what we do as well. We are in Swedish Seal of Quality in their criteria group. So we are all the time watching that they're not changing anything that will weaken the brand and take away some of the added value. But having a certification scheme means that somebody else who wants to get in here can't water down the brand either. They have to have the same criteria for their farmers as Coop has, and as we have sort of agreed upon, that this is what's important. And it means that we as an organization, we're not bound just to work with Coop. We can work with anyone else who want to. A smaller slaughtery rang up a couple of weeks ago and were really interested, but for some reason a week later rang back and said, sorry, it sounded good, but we're not ready, we won't do it now. But that feels really good for me as working with the Pasture Beef Association, that anyone who rings up and is willing to work according to these criteria, I can help. And Coop can't get upset about it, because that's the way it is. It's an open certification. The biggest threat just now is, strangely enough, and this has happened before in my life with this issue, it's the high beef prices. The beef prices in Europe has gone through the roof due to a lack of beef. In Sweden, it's partly because of the drought, and that a lot of mother cows were slaughtered off then out of lack of feed, and it takes a long time to rebuild a national herd, but also because of the aged structure of the beef production in Sweden, that it takes time to rebuild that. And of course, lack of dairy cows, they are going down continuously in numbers, and a lot of the beef in Sweden comes from the dairy calves, of course, being raised up. Also, not a semi-natural pasture beef can be a dairy bullock, for instance. So we are also depending on them. So the lack of animals in Sweden is creating a very, very high price. And then the added value, the extra premium that our farmers get at the moment, it's 4 cents, I mustn't say it wrong, 4 cents per kilo. Compare that to a basic price of 5, 6, 7 euros per kilo at the moment. You know, it's good the farmers are being paid, but I don't know how to navigate this. So it'd be interesting to have a discussion about that. So there is a big risk of grass washing always. We call it grass washing now because everyone wants to claim that their beef or lamb has been produced on grass, because that's sort of landed in everyone's thoughts that that's a good thing. There's also always the worry about changing and unpredictable EU policies causing havoc in some way or other in the farming community, and you all know about that. I saw that from Croatia, for instance. But we're doing what we can. Anton and I go to a discussion group in Brussels now and try and talk, help shape the new CAP to be better for this kind of extensive production. Yeah, I think what we're doing and what we all can produce is the feeling for the consumer to eat or a landscape, and that's what we, after 20 years of struggling, we managed, out of luck, you could say, to land the contacts with Coop, but I think it was also because of all the work that has come before, and that's what I see you all doing in your countries now. And it was so interesting with the rice in Spain, of course, which had almost done the same journey as us, but with a different product. Because we also tried at one stage to be the ones contacting the supermarkets, but just like you said, you need a single person working with that all day long, and we couldn't afford it. So we had to let go of the business. The business is between the farmer, the slaughterhouse, and the supermarket. At the moment we're happy with that because we guard the criteria, we guard the added what this means and how it's communicated, but the actual business is best left to the other actors, I think. So yeah, I think that was me, Andres. I'm sure there will be some questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Anna, very much for your presentation, and we will return to the question and answer session and discussions after our last presentation from Hank Smith. Another farm example, so please, Hank, the floor is yours.
Yeah, just checking if the presentation's in the screen. If so,
it's not on the full screen mode yet, but we do see something from
full
your
screen mode. I put it on full screen mode. One moment. See if I can get it working. Yeah, and it should be in full
Yes,
screen
it
mode.
is. Thank you.
We start here. Yeah, I'm just, I think just for an introduction, as Anna just mentioned, I'm a little bit different from the other presentations. I'm from the perspective of the farmer. I was asked to do a presentation through our contact of the state forestry, and I'm going to do the presentations a little bit about our farm and how we interact with state forestry on our farm, and how we work in the lands and we lease in our farm. Just to give you a little bit of a perspective, my wife and I, we have 2 kids, and we live in 2 areas. One is up north in the Netherlands, very close to the German border, which is arable. And in the middle of the Netherlands, where I'm focusing in my presentation, we have a mixed farm, very close to the consumer, and we grow there a lot of apples, pears, plums, cherries. We have picking days and things like that, and also an old variety of Dutch cows. As I mentioned, there are roughly 2 locations, but 3 farms. One of them is biodynamic organic, which is up north, and the other one is conventional. There we have a lot of the pick your own events and some agriculture and nature conservation management. And my wife and I, we work together, and we have also an organic farm, which is mostly leased in land for grazing and for cutting grass and hay. And we also grow as a novelty for the Dutch agriculture kiwi fruit. Looking at that location where I'm talking about in the middle of the Netherlands, you see the big red dot. And again, on the other, maybe you see it here, very close highways. So roughly this north to south highway and east to west highway, 180,000 people a day commute in vehicles there every day, so it's quite busy, and we're couple of 100 meters from that highway. So we're very close to a lot of cities and a lot of infrastructure. We have a long history. So even before Christ, a Roman fortress was built on the land we have now. In 1200, there was mentioned about Slackmate, which is the name of our farm. And our farm is situated in 2 World Heritages. So it's the Dutch new defense line, the water defense line, and on top of that there is the Roman, the limes, which is called a Roman border, so to say. So I think we are quite unique with 2 UNESCO World Heritage on our farm, which has pros but also a lot of cons. And we're a 4th-generation farmer in that spot. We have a few core values, and I come back to that later. Why I think our contact from the State Forestry asked us to do this little presentation. We're a family business, and we're a lot of focused on innovation and collaboration. We work with other farmers in selling our product, which they have in their shop, and we sell their products in our shop. And that's throughout our whole farm. This looks like a very big company, but this is just to explain that we all have all kinds of variety of things. We grow fruit, but we also sell that in the farm shop. During the season, we have soft fruit. We grow them ourselves, but we also buy in. We do a lot of events with Pick Your Own and Christmas markets and stuff like that on our farm. But we also have crops, and we partly sell the crops in our shop, but also have a lot of nature conservation. We have cows and livestock, sheep and some small animals, which graze on our land, but also are bringing an income when they graze on other person's land or the state forestry. And sometimes we pay a lease, and sometimes we get paid for the grazing. So it's an interaction. And we do also some education and recreation. So we have a tea room, corn maze, playground, and the first kids clock path through the Netherlands is on our farm. We have a mission. We try, in the long run, I'll come back to that later, we try to have a 100-year focus. So not for tomorrow, the day after, or next week. We want to make a conscious way of working with the environment and connect with nature, but also with a lot of people that live around us in our cultural and living heritage we have. So a lot of animals we have are endangered species, so to say. So the cows are, there's not a real good translation, but a traditional breed, Dutch breed, which is, if you translate it literally, it's blister head cow. So it has a ring, black ring around his head, in his eyes, which is dual purpose cow. And I think there are 2,000 of them in the Netherlands now. And our motto is always, if you want to save them, eat them. So then they have a purpose to be on our farm. We want to bring fresh fruit, agriculture, and people just closer. And always with explaining that, we always hope that as people come on their farm and hear a little bit, that it's the smallest part in their thinking, that they are more aware of their surrounding, and maybe they come for, more often, or appreciate more what they eat and think about the planet. So we hope we can help them doing that. We're a farm. We think we're a farm. We really do a lot of farm things, but we invite people there, focus on our area, but still have sometimes people from 200 kilometers away driving up to us to come pick apples at our farm because they heard it was a great experience. There's a lot of things we like to wrap and fun things, and that people learn in a fun way. So the things that they get explained. Sometimes there are ecologists that have flies they catch, so the 4 or 5-year-olds can touch a fly and touch their wings, so they can pet them, so to say. Well, just imagine that 5-year-old comes back home and visits his grandma and tells what he did that day, and he was petting a little fly. And then he heard the story that the fly is very important for us because they eat aphids. we always want to be demand driven. So we don't do things that are there where's not a market, and we try to do it in a sustainable way. We are in an area which is very, very busy. What I mentioned, we have the fortresses close by, which they have events, and then they close our roads. But in the same, when we have our own picking days, we have hundreds, thousands people a day on our farm for a couple of weekends. We have a own small farm shop, and we grow the kiwi fruit, as you can see in the picture. And where at this moment it's winter, we have the cows standing there. During September, we make a pop-up restaurant where we have our own newsletter, which we send out together with the guy who runs the restaurant. We do that for a couple of days, and most of the time, within a day, it is sold out for all the days we open. We send it out to, believe we have 7,000 people following us in our newsletter. So there's really a demand, and you could do more, but we want to contain it within a scheme that fits us ourselves. And then what does success look like? We want to maintain the traditions we have, want to do good for ourselves, but also for the people around us. And we want to give back in all kinds of ways, but especially give the farm, in a condition that is better than when we found it, so to say. In my old biology book at school, there was a picture of the earth, and it pictured the whole earth seen from the sky, and it said we didn't inherit the earth from our forefathers, we borrowed it from our children. And I think that is very often a thing that we try to think about and use. As I mentioned, this is the location where we are situated. Well, 100 years ago, it was totally different. So lots less of urbanization. If you think about that, we're going to be a very big park, I think, in the future. So within 100 years, 200 years, it changed. How is it going to be in the future? I don't know, but I'm sure we will still be there because we are listed heritage, UNESCO twice, very important agriculture area. So buildings will not be the plan for us. So we will be there. But how would it look like? I think this is the thing in every country in the EU has its own system. This is the system for agriculture, nature, and landscape management. There we work with collectives, with groups of farmers that in their province represent the state's ambitions, so to say, and how we work together as farmers to deliver those social services, those goods, so that can be high herb-rich grasslands or very nice birdland strips or agricultural land taken out of production for a couple of years. Hedgerows, trees, things like that. That's a big thing what we do on our farm. So that's the social services. And next to that, we have a lot of products. So we have our cows, which is not a very big herd, but we never sell cows. We always sell the beef in our own shop. And there's more demand than supply. And then I come to the part where we were asked for the state government, the state forestry, to attend today. We have a long-term leasing agreement with each other, which is quite unusual in the Netherlands. The lease is 12 years, and we could acquire that lease because we changed things in our farm, in our way of producing. And by doing that, we have a preferred supplier, so to say, for leasing land in. And then you have to think of the Dutch situation where we have a lot of urbanization, a lot of infrastructure, high intensive agriculture, and because of that, high land prices and also high lease prices. So just to get your head around it, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3,500 euros per hectare for leasing in land per year is not very uncommon. By having our working together cooperation with the state forestry, we have for access for 12 years. All the other contracts are very often for 1 to maybe 3 years, and still very expensive. And now, because we changed our way of producing a little bit, because we were quite extensive, so to say, it gives us access to that land. So from that land, we harvest hay and grass, which we feed our beef, cattle partly, but also we have horse livery where we can use that, and we sell also hay and grasslands from our farm. There's a little bit of honey. We don't do that ourselves, but there's a beekeeper who's doing that. And then you have sometimes the limitations because you have the natural bees that are there, and then you have the beehives, and they are sort of competing. So those beehives aren't in the protected areas in the grasslands we have, but a little bit further, they will also come there. But yeah, that's a little bit of a discussion. We have sheep, and as I mentioned before, sometimes we graze sheep for the land we lease in, and we pay for the land we get. And sometimes, especially in the Dutch water lines, you have very big fortresses with all kinds of bunkers and concrete and steep hills and stuff like that, where the sheep will go in, and there we get paid for the grazing. The sheet I just mentioned before, the agriculture, nature, and landscape management. We also do the tours. We have a meeting room, the pick your own days, which are very popular. We have a very small farm, and we have a shop which is open 2 days a week. So we have 1 or 2 staff during that days. When we have our pick your own days, we have roughly 100 volunteers that helping us out for that day to do everything we want to do and send the message and assist those people that are coming to our farm. So then we have roughly 100 staff, so to say. We grow different fruits, and just one thing I thought about seeing the earlier presentation for making sheep wool to a natural manure. Yeah, we also shear our sheep, and the wool we use as a natural way to feed the plants, and especially in our situation, the berries, but also to keep away the weeds. If you the fleece and you put it on the fields, it was a very good weed killer. So we try to make it circular, all the things we do. And threats for the things we are doing in the future will be also nature. I think one of the threats we have in the Netherlands is the wolf. After the fall of the Berlin Wall, the wolf came further into western part of Germany and crossed the border in the Netherlands, I think 7-8 years ago. And now there are some stray, mostly male wolves roaming the countryside, which is difficult for the way we keep our sheep. And because we have very plots of nature everywhere, not big forests, but a little bit of everywhere. The wolf migrates a lot. So that's going to be a difficult thing in the future, I think, with having sheep for extensive grazing without a shepherd. That's going to be things for the future. This is pretty much what I would like to say. And as I mentioned, I'm open for the questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henk, for your presentation. And now we are open to the questions. There is a question in the Q&A box. Andra, would you like to respond about the... Oh, you did respond already. Yeah, thank you. There is a question.
I can comment if needed.
Can you add?
Pardon?
Can you add anything on the responses you provided in the
No, just I hope that it's clear what I put, because Henk had a question about that, and of course I'm not afraid to answer your last question, Henk, but it is true that actually it's always about pros and cons and what farmer will decide. And he might be enthusiastic, but he has bank loan maybe, or he simply needs to maintain his life and family. And sometimes, yes, even banned areas, grasslands disappear. And what to add to my presentation, also what I heard from your presentation, which makes me think it's everybody in every country, when you decide about grassland products, you have to consider your market size. I see in Netherlands, I have been there, and we have seen also pasture for life in UK, where are many people, like you said, in one weekend comes so many people. Simply, we are in Latvia, we have a challenge with that. Although we are doing well, but you have to consider how you make your product. I mean, there definitely is a possibility, but it's different country by country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andre. It's definitely the context does mean everything. We cannot compare one-to-one the Baltics or the Scandinavia with the Netherlands. It's a totally different situation. Anna, you would like to add something, please?
Yeah, because I also meant to say something about the short food chain systems, and sometimes they're lifted up as almost like a magic wand. They're going to fix everything, and it's so dependent on where you are, because many of I was thinking of Croatia, for instance. It might not be so easy to organize a local market around where you produce your food, and in Sweden it's a little bit the same, that only some farmers have the luck to be close enough. But then you could also say that you can of course organize a short food chain on a longer physical distance. I think that the secret of them is making the consumer feel that he or she knows what they're buying, that they have a connection to the product, and that can be done in various ways. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hank, can you add something?
Yeah, if I can add to that, yes, it's true. You need consumers, but if I will draw a circle of 2 kilometers around my farm, I think we have 15 farm shops. And they all have their bread and butter. One is competing on price, the other one is competing on the story, the other one is competing on quality. We always try to compete on quality, never about price, always about storytelling, and come to visit us. That works for us. There's always something that works for someone else, and it can be totally different. If you have a product which has a very small demand throughout the country, but it's still high value and it's valuable enough, people are willing to order it as a regional product from 400 or 500 kilometers away, and you can still make a very good living with that very, very small niche product. So it's all about how do you look towards that. So that's what I wanted to add.
Yeah, thank you. Hank, there is a question in the chat box about the income structure of your farm. So here it mentions, can you indicate the proportion between the direct sales, CAP subsidies, recreation, maybe other parts of income, a rough estimate about this, and also any comments about the future of the CAP, because, well, at least in Latvia, it doesn't really look promising, especially for nature management. So if you can comment on this.
Thinking about revenue streams we have, I think fruit, and we have a couple of hectares of fruit, that is our main income. We are very happy that we can sell it straight away to the consumer. So instead of getting, let's say 50 or 60 cents per kilogram of apples, we can ask 2 euros per kilogram of apples. For that 50 cents, we had to pick it, we had to sort it, we have to have quality checks. So 25% wouldn't even reach the market, which now reaches the market for 2 euros instead of 50 cents. That is a very big part of our income. The beef, 20 cows isn't very much, but if you sell it portioned, very small portions, up to 80 euros per kilogram for pieces of meat, yes, it is also adding to the income. If we look at delivering businesses with juices and fruits and stuff like that, that is also, I think, 1/3 of our business. 25% will be the farm shop, 20% will be EU, and then EU also direct income support, but also a very large portion is agriculture, nature, and landscape management. where you do things. It is not that we get the money for free. We have to do landscape management. We take land out of production. And as I mentioned, well, if you have land which is valued at this moment roughly 160, 170,000 euros per hectare, if you pay the mortgage on that, there's a lot of interest. So you need to get paid for it also to deliver that service. So I think that is 10 to 20% is direct income support and also the agriculture landscape management. I would say that is 5% direct income support and 15% agriculture nature landscape management.
And how is the outlook into the future when it comes to the CAP subsidies?
Oh, it's going down. And I would say take them away straight away. In the Netherlands, it's maybe 250, 350 euros per hectare direct income support, which is straight away multiplied by 20 and calculated into the land price. So I think when you take that away, land prices will go down 5 to 6 or 7,000 euros, which is not the most when you look at a land price of 150 or 160,000 euros, but still you pay it when you buy land, or it is in the lease prices for land, 1,000 to 2,000, 3,000 euros is very common. So yeah, and then you have grassland, not high productive land or something. It's just grassland. Is that answer to your question?
I think so. I think so.
Yeah.
It did provide a good impact. Alejandro, are you willing to add something?
Well, I wanted to ask something. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask out of curiosity to Hank. I want to know, do you bring your cows to some slaughterhouse? You have your own? Like, how do you prepare the meat and all that?
There's quite a small slaughterhouse in our area. They come and they pick up the cow. It's the butcher themselves. He picks up the cow, he takes it, they kill it, they make very big, large parts of it. Then it goes to our local butcher, and they prepare everything in very small portions, so 500 grams of mince, all the sausages, the premium cuts, everything is fixed there, and we get it back, very nice packaged, not partly deeply frozen, but very nice package like we have in our big supermarkets, with a vacuum around it, but also in a very nice basket. So it's comparable with the supermarket, and I would say we are always more expensive than a supermarket, and sometimes we're more expensive than a local butcher. Just been people because they want to buy our meat. We never said to the consumer that we have grass-fed beef. We started with that half a year ago, and then we put it in our newsletter, and then we had straight away different customers coming, because we never told them that. We just thought, well, they know what we are doing. That's enough. But as soon as we said grass-fed, they came more. So we have a high demand in cows.
Yeah, thank you. Anna, anything to add?
Yes, well, it's tough to have a high demand for cows in the Netherlands now when you're supposed to diminish your flock, isn't it? It's a tough time for you. Now I was just maybe I wasn't so clear when I was doing my presentation that the route that most of the farmers, these 50 farmers who certify their production, have chosen is very similar to what they used to do. They used to sell their beef to this slaughtery. It's one of the biggest slaughterers in Sweden, but it has the meat is then sold from the slaughtery to the Coop supermarket stores, and they pay more for it to the slaughterhouse, and the slaughterhouse pays more to the farmer. So that this is what I was trying to say before lunch, that I'm going to show that you can have an added nature value even in a mainstream food chain, and that I think a bit similar to the rice production, that way the added value isn't so high, the premium isn't so high. I wish it would be higher, but at least it reaches a lot of farmers in a simple way. I also used to sell meat boxes when we were farmers, and I loved doing it, but it was a lot of work, and that should also be taken in consideration. So I'm glad you're charging more, Henk. You should do. But so yeah, I think there are possibilities, but they're all depending on various factors in our different countries and how the farming structure looks, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Henk, I understand you want to come back on this.
To add on that, totally agree. It's a lot of work. The thing is, we have friends in our area and they do all the work. They get it and they package it themselves. Nightmare, never done it, never will do. I think we pay the butcher around 1900, 2000 a cow for the packaging and the processing and stuff like that. And we just charge it forward. And what our experience is, if it looks good, you can ask more money. If it tastes good, it's the next thing. First, you have to make it look good. And then when it tastes good, people come back. But if it doesn't look good, or people have to dive into a big freezer and fumble their way around to find their piece of meat, we have just a cold store, glass windows, all the pieces are there, nice laying there, and they can pick whatever they want. But next to that, we have also organic chicken, which are not our chicken because we don't have enough chicken, but it's organic chicken we buy in, and people in the Netherlands eat way more chicken than beef. But if they eat, there's a lot of flexitarians, so if they buy beef or meat or pork or whatever, they want to buy a good piece where they know where it's from, and they're willing to pay for that in our situation.
Yeah, thank you, Henk. Andra, was there anything you wanted to add?
Just quick question, if I may. Henk, you said that slaughterhouse is coming to pick up your carcass, so your cow. What is the situation in Netherlands with slaughterhouses? Is it a big network, or it's a business, or they are decreasing the numbers?
They're going down very, very fast. The small slaughterhouses are near extinct. We have the luxury that there is still one. For how long that's going to be, I don't know. But I think it's compared to a lot of EU countries. And I looked at something in the UK, and I saw it is going down there also very fast. I think that's it all has to be about the certification scheme, the hygiene protocols, the government costs of compliance, animal welfare. So I hope he is still there. As soon as I have to scale up to another, I'm not sure how we can manage to get the quality we would like to have. Because here the butcher comes himself, picks up the cow, puts it nice and quiet on the trailer and takes it. And it's not as a massive truck, it's just a small trailer behind a car. And he picks it up. It feels civilized to me.
Because it's a bit different. Otherwise, I mean, I have heard in our country people have to bring their cattle to the slaughterhouse. Here, you said he comes to pick it up.
Yeah, he picks it up.
Which is good.
We put him in a stable. He opens the door, puts him on the trailer, and takes it away.
Yeah, same here. Yeah.
And I believe for that service we pay 50 euros. Yeah. Why would I bother doing it myself?
Exactly.
If it would
Thank
200 euros, I wouldn't either. So.
Yeah, there's a question in the question box to all the speakers, and I think also the ones present from the morning session can chime in if you want. So it's the question goes: the overlap in extensive grazing activities between farmers and natural site managers seems to increase, but partially with a different purpose, income or preserving nature, and with a different animal density. Still, extensive grasslands are drastically declining in Europe. How can these two groups combine their strengths to reverse this trend? So better cooperation between farmers and site managers. Who wants to start? Alejandro, please go ahead.
Yeah. So, the thing is, I wanted also to tell that we are at least in Spain, when we have this big, I say this morning, we have very big problems with the fire. So we are like kind of pendulum society in which 60 years ago, or in the 80s, we didn't want to touch it. We want the nature develop by itself. Now we are seeing that that might be not the best thing, at least not here in Spain. So we need to manage somehow. But now we are kind of going too much to the other side, like saying, like people are saying that the forest is not clean because there is buses in it. And it's like, okay, yes, it's a forest. It has to be through buses. So it's like a quite complex situation between two visions of it, or three, even three, no? Not touching anything, touch a little bit, touch a lot, no? So how do you can manage these both things? Like here in Spain, in Valencian region, is sort of using the money. So the management of the forestry estate is do it by the administration, and they do it by mechanical forces and machines, and yeah, this kind of group of people working. Now more and more towns are using that money for paying for a shipper to do that job, or they do the first job and then the sheep or goats they keep that. So kind of is kind of happening right now. Like the money, they realize that you spend less money if you let the sheep doing your job. So this is how it's doing here. The grasslands as itself, without forest, I mean without tree, like really grassland, here at least are more. I mean the problem with them is that they are very how do you say, they are very wanted by building houses, so to speak. Like this, the menace in Spain for that is more the tourism and urbanification and intensity of things more than lack of management of anything. So yeah, I think I don't know if I asked you a question, but yeah, that's was what I'll say.
Yeah, thank you for your input. This is, I guess, the situation pretty much that also in Latvia, that one part we get abandonment of grasslands where you cannot bring the animals, you don't have the animals, or it's hard to access with hay mowing equipment. And on the other hand, when it comes to more fertile soils, they are most often being plowed up, or if close to urban centers, also built over with housing. So yeah, Anna and Tomislav, after that, please.
Yeah, but I think my answer will be around this thing of the two different focuses on land management, nature conservationists and farmers, and I know in 30 years ago when WWF started working with this, it was not a very friendly atmosphere between farmers and nature conservationists in Sweden. So what happened then was that WWF spent quite a lot of money on barns, on fences, on signs explaining what the grazing animals did, and over time, the friction between the two groups has virtually disappeared. What does need working on is knowledge that you can. Grazing management is not maybe the best topic, both in the land agents or some of the farmers, because it's been so long since people have produced seriously from HMV grasslands in Sweden that sometimes the knowledge of how to do it best and what will the animals grow at all, or that still needs working on. But we're very happy we're now allowed to use virtual fencing, which I think is a magic wand for all semi-natural grasslands in the whole of Europe, if you can afford them, of course. Still, they're quite expensive. So that's a tip from me to land agents. Talk to your farmers who are interested in grazing and see if they want to start using virtual fences, because that could be a really lift for them. Thank you.
Yeah, what I wanted to comment is about the situation in Croatia. We still do not have a successful story that Alejandro mentioned, that land managers would pay farmers to graze somewhere as a method of management, and they are still like national park managing authorities are still leasing the land, leasing the grasslands for to farmers for grazing, but they're charging them money. So when you have to bring your animals far away to the mountains, and you still have to pay for this grazing, then you have very, very low number of people who are interested, if anyone is. On the other side, of the story is this very big pressure of tourism in Croatia, because in coastal area, everything is based on tourism now, and we are losing people from rural areas, which are like rather start their businesses in tourism, building apartments, houses for renting, and then working for 2 or 3 months a year and earning enough money to live for a year, instead of being like 365 days present around their cattle and animals and being outside grazing. And that's also a big challenge for Croatia. Not so much in this area of grasslands in karstic parts, where there is not so much agriculture because the land is not so easy to be cultivated, but the tourism is the biggest pressure there.
Yeah, thank you, Tomislav. Just coming back to your presentation, I have a question. You told that one of the practices you are introducing through your project is this diversification of animal grazing species. So is this also looked upon from the point of economics, or mainly from the nature management? Because, well, as an example, you mentioned donkeys, and for Latvians, donkeys are exotic animals. So what is the economic purpose of a donkey?
Yeah, for Croatian, in Croatian tradition, donkeys were very and still are present, were very important animals. And now more and more farmers are starting to breed them, to use the donkey milk and products, dairy products from donkey milk, which is very, very much expensive. So that's one thing. And the other thing is like tourism. You can walk and then ride a donkey or feed them or pet them as a part of the touristic offer also.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. They are also sold for meat. Actually, not in Croatia. There is no tradition of using donkey or horse meat, but in Italy it is. So they are selling animals to Italians for like production salami or different products from horse or donkey meat.
Yeah, thank you. This really helped to understand it. Alejandro, could you?
I would like to add something that I said, because Tomislav said that we also have the same situation, that depends on, the situation is changing, but also most of people, they are just paying for the right to graze in public forest and in public grasslands. So it's still, we are still also, the public money is always a little bit tricky, and it seems nice at the first time, but then when people accept it, then you have to put too much time on it, and then you lose whatever you were doing. So it's not a really a solution. It's not like we are not by far in the perfect moment for it, but somehow it seems like might be something around there. For at least for the places when, I mean, Valencian region, we don't have grasslands. We have goats. It's like Greece. I mean, we have goats and sheep. That's what we have most of it, except for a few in our project, a few really small or not small, but wetlands and everything next to the coast. Basically, our livestock are goats and sheep, and intensive, of course. So yeah, I mean, I just like we are also in that page of changing. Just wanted to say that because I feel like maybe I gave the wrong idea. Thank you.
Well, it always looks that the neighbors have a better life than us, but there are problems always. So that has to be remembered that grass is always greener on the other side of the fence, as they say in UK. So Hank, would you like to come in?
Yeah, I was just thinking, you mentioned UK. Last November, I was in the UK and I talked to someone who did quite intensive grazing for nature organizations and governments in areas with sheep and goats where machinery could very hard come. So the local councils were used to paying, let's say, 15, 20,000 euros for someone coming in with really big machinery, being there for 2 weeks, cleaning it with bushes and stuff like that. And he would come in with his trailer and a couple of sheep and a few goats and do the same job in a week. And when he charged the same, they would laugh and he would say, well, we only pay you, let's say, 500 instead of 20,000 because you only come with a few sheep. That's very strange that we are not willing to pay. And I'm not saying that it's the same in Latvia or only in the UK or in the EU. But it's very strange if you do the same job faster and better and in an ecological way, that society is not used to paying for that. I think that is something to think about, and that is maybe the same what you mentioned before. For the example of Spain, you can do it mechanical, but you can do it also with animals, and it should be the same value because you do the same job, only in a different way.
Yeah, discrimination is in different spheres of life, as we can see. The time we have is coming to the end, so if there is anything anybody from the panelists wants to add, it's the last chance. If not, then thank you very much for your interesting presentations and discussions. And thank you for all the attendees for staying with us today. This, as Anton told in the morning, is the second in the series of our seminars. So the next seminar in this series will be after a year, and possibly we will be speaking about the EU subsidies, but this still has to be decided. And yeah, well, will have an impact on all the farms, and farmers have to think what happens if the subsidies go down. And I'm afraid they will go down. So this was a good exercise in that direction. So have a nice rest of the day. Take care of yourselves and see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.